You're joining us live from City Hall here in the great city of South Fulton. Introducing Mayor and Council. Mayor Khalid. Councilwoman Dr. Catherine Rao, District 1. Councilwoman Carmelita Gums, District 2. Councilwoman Helen Zenobia Willis, District 3. Councilman J.C. Sebastian, District 4. Councilwoman Keosha B. Bell, District 5. Councilwoman Natasha Williams Brown, District 6. Mayor Pro Tem Linda Becker Pritchett, District 7. Interim City Attorney Sarah Kelly. City Clerk Corey Adams. City Manager Sharon D. Subadan. Thank you for joining the City of South Fulton Council meeting, a city on the rise.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Mayor Pro Tem Linda Pritchett, and welcome to today's April 22nd City Council work session. Mr. Clerk, if you would call the roll.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, members of the City Council and general public. It's a roll call. The Honorable Catherine F. Rao, District 1.
Present.
The Honorable Carmelita Gums, District 2. The Honorable Helen Z. Willis, District 3.
Present.
The Honorable J.C. Sebastian, District 4.
Present.
The Honorable Keosha B. Bell, District 5.
Present.
The Honorable Natasha Williams Brown, District 6. The Honorable Linda B. Pritchett, District 7.
Here.
And the Honorable Mayor is absent. Madam Mayor Pro Tem, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. If you will call the first item.
First item on tonight's agenda is presentations. The first presentation is the Georgia chapter of the Federation of Public Service Employees. This was added by Councilmember Willis.
Mayor Pro Tem, if I may.
Yes.
This is a presentation I've asked for the Georgia chapter of Federation Public Service Employees to come before us and present. They are prevalent in some metro Atlanta government sectors. This is a voluntary program that is being offered. And so I would welcome them. And this is a policy that Councilmember Gums and I would like to work with Ms. Subadan to bring forth for a vote at some point. Thank you, and I yield.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I am Jennifer Saunders, and I'm a member president of the Georgia Federation of Public Service Employees. I'm a 26-year educator in Atlanta Public Schools, currently the director of Library Media Services. I am a resident of the city of Atlanta, but city of South Fulton is important because two important people in my life live here. My parents, my mom and dad, they have been in the city of South Fulton for a little over 10 years, and they're very active in their community. My father was on the naming committee for city of South Fulton, and my mother was instrumental in bringing the traffic light to Highway 92 and Butner Road. So today I am here with members of our leadership team. You will hear from Ms. Maudre Giles, our organizing director, and she'll tell you all about FPSE. Mr. Raynard Burrell is our executive director, and he will quickly review our member benefits and give an overview. And then last but not least, Mr. Alan Lee, who is our national director, and he'll make brief remarks and answer any questions. I will now yield to Ms. Giles.
Thank you, Jennifer. I am Maudre Giles. I'm the organizing director for FPSC. And who we are the Georgia Federation of Public Service Employees, known as FPSC, is the greatest, fastest growing labor organization in Georgia. We are a 501c5 labor organization representing exclusively public sector employees throughout Georgia. And what we do, The Georgia Federation of Public Service Employees is committed to promoting and advocating for employees, public quality service, government efficiency, and positive community engagement. We are typically provided input during the agency budgeting process to ensure that the perspectives of those doing the work are considered. We regularly collaborate with the executive staff to cultivate a harmonious working relationship that fosters a sense of belonging and teamwork. We tend to be actively involved and supportive of the affairs of the community that our members serve. This involvement takes many forms and is ultimately driven by our members and the community needs. And I will pass it over to Reynard Burrell to continue the presentation.
Good afternoon. I'm Reynard Burrell. I'm the Executive Director of the Federation of Public Service Employees. And I come here before you today to give you an overview of our benefits and what we do as an organization. Our philosophy is our membership is open to all employees, regardless of job title. Too often there's finger pointing and a us versus them mentality, and we are stronger when we work together. By partnering, we can enhance our workplace and make our communities a better place to live. We advocate for fairness in the workplace as well as employee benefits, public transparency, government accountability, efficiency, and a high-quality public service. Now, our membership benefits are $20 a pay period, and it's voluntary, and I'll go over some of the benefits that we offer. We provide a guaranteed issue $50,000 life insurance policy. So what that means is there's no medical questions, no medical exam. We also provide a disability policy, which pays $1,000 a month.
Point of order, the slides are not being advanced. Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay.
Okay?
Did you have you had a presentation you submitted to our media?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Mr. Clerk?
Yeah, I think you just need to say next slide or let the staff know when you want to advance your slide.
All right, so we should be on slide 5 right now, so. There we are. And so as I stated, we provide a guaranteed issue $50,000 life insurance policy, as well as we provide a $1,000 disability policy. Gotcha. And so what that means is if you become disabled on or off the job, we will pay you $1,000 a month up to 2 years. We also provide supplemental insurance as well. We also do professional development in the forms of we provide financial services, we provide confidential services, and these services are with an in-person counselor. We also provide legal assistance, so you get 3 complimentary visits to talk to a counselor, if you're talking about family issues, if you'd had to talk about stress, depression, things of that nature. We also offer a scholarship program as well as our FPSC hardship grant for those of our members who are going through difficult times. But one of our staples is our home loan program, which we provide our members with $3,000 to $8,000 in closing costs to go towards the purchase of their home, and that can be anywhere in the state of Georgia. We also give our members a $600 credit for an appraisal, as well as a $600 credit for a homeowner's warranty. And then we also provide them with a $250 check at their closing. One of the new things that we offered is our dependent care. Our dependent care allows the members to provide their spouse with a $25,000 policy, and any children they have under the age of 26, a $10,000 worth of coverage, all for an additional $6. So that's not $6 a person. That's if you have a spouse, 12 kids, it's going to be $6. No spouse, 5 kids, $6. The only caveat is you can't have multiple spouses. So, but with that being said, we would also be remiss if we didn't give our condolences to the fallen officer, Captain Garcia, which if this program would have been enacted, his beneficiaries would have received $50,000. And so with that being said, I pass it to our National Director, Alan Lee. Thank you for your time.
Well, good evening or afternoon, members of the council. I am Alan Lee, and I will be brief in my remarks. If we can go to slide 2. Oh, I got a slide remote here. Man, I can do this myself. Thank you. First of all, let me thank Madre for putting together a slide with some very young pictures of us. That is me on the left. I just had, I believe, more pepper than salt at that time. But not with us today is our General Counsel, Tanya Miller, who also serves as a state rep and serves this district in the state legislative house, and our Assistant Director, Adria Johnson, who just had another assignment today. I come as one, I stand as many. No matter how you slice it, slant it, or spin it, we represent employees. Police officer sitting right there. We would represent him. Gentleman who just handed me the click button. We would make sure that their voices are heard in a very collaborative way. I appreciate and understand that we have bureaucrats, city managers, department heads. I work very closely with them. In fact, I've had the occasion to hire city managers. So I have an appreciation for what city managers do. And I tell you, any city manager worth their salt will tell you that the most critical element in ensuring a workplace is successful is having employees have a sense of belonging. And that's what we create, a sense of belonging. Nobody can tell you better than what the needs are, what the experiences are, than an employee in the field. And we give voices to those employees. I appreciate the benefits that Raynard talked about. But more than benefits is we create opportunity and access for real collaboration with elected officials, with real collaboration with managers, and with real collaborations with the community that we serve. We have over 2,000 members in the greater metro area, and 138 of them live right here in this community. So we are not no third party. I'm reminded by my good friend, Jennifer Saunders, who is our president as she spoke. She is actually an employee of the Atlanta Public Schools. Our leadership, our membership consists of those who pave the roads, consists of those who make sure the waters are pure and safe and drinkable, consists of those firefighters who often run up the towers when they're collapsing, consist of a police officers who run towards bullets, consistent of those receptionists and many other public employees. As Raynard said, we are all in this together. I'm reminded that often our most powerful, and only our most powerful, city employees have contracts. I don't know. I suspect our good city manager has a contract, as she should. Probably lays out hours, wages, working conditions, special benefits, how you separate employment, how you settle disagreements. So clearly, if our highest ranking employee have those things, surely those that do the work deserves the same type of consideration. So we would be looking for voluntary membership, that you may join at any time, that you may leave at any time. That's open to our city manager as well as to our city custodian. Ironically, just last week, the Fulton County Board of Commissioners passed an ordinance and a resolution giving recognition to the Federation of Public Service Employees. So I say very respectfully, too much analysis makes for paralysis. We are who we are, and we do what we do, and we look so much forward to working collaboratively with you, as we do with Mayor Dickens, my good friend, as we do with the superintendent of Atlanta Public Schools, Dr. Johnson, superintendent of Clayton County Schools, Dr. Smith. We believe in occupying common ground, not battleground. Now, honestly, some occasions there may be points of honest disagreement, but when you have relationships, those disagreements are resolved, and more importantly, we focus on the things that we agree on. I wanted to try to give you a sense of who we are and what we do, more than just being a 501c organization, more than just being a labor organization. We are real people that represent real people that impact the communities that we serve. So with that, I will submit and answer any questions that the council or its staff may have.
Thank you so much for your presentation. And Councilwoman Willis, thank you for bringing this presentation to us. At this time, does anyone, Mr. Clerk, the queue? No questions? No. Yes. Okay. Councilwoman Natasha Williams Brown.
Thank you for your presentation. I actually think some of my questions might be for the city manager. And Ms. Zubadan. In kind of reviewing the information that was submitted to us, as well as having the opportunity to peruse your website, I think that one of the questions that I have in terms of the benefits that you are offering to employees would be, in what way do these benefits differ or add value to those benefits that we already offer? And so, for instance, I see that you do offer an education benefit. However, the city of South Fulton already offers $7,500 as an education benefit. And so have you, Madam City Manager, had the opportunity to do some due diligence in terms of scaffolding our benefits alongside the benefits that they are offering, and what that would mean for employees as we look at what our benefits are and what they're offering as far as the value to the benefits, to the employees of these benefits versus what we already have on the table?
Thank you. We did some preliminary analysis. Some of the benefits they shared today are new, as they described them as new. So we have what information they gave us at the time when this was introduced, and we had a very short amount of time to make a couple phone calls. Some of the information we weren't able to find it on their website, but we did speak to somebody. So, as an example, we offer free to employees $100,000 of life insurance. They offer $50,000 for $20 a pay period, $520 a year. We pay 60% up to $1,800 a week for short-term disability. That's not included in their plan. We pay 60% of pay up to $10,000 a month for long-term disability, which, thanks to council, you included that as a benefit to staff at no additional cost in our last budget cycle. Their long-term disability is $1,000 a month versus $10,000 a month. And of course, we have 24/7 access to EAP. Theirs is limited to 3 free sessions. And you spoke already to the tuition reimbursement. We do have buy-up options for our employees that allow us to go up to $200,000 or 5 times the annual salary for an additional cost, and long-term care for an additional cost. We didn't compare, side by side on the cost because it depends on your age, as I've learned on life insurance. We do offer 50% of spousal coverage. They don't have a spousal coverage. Their child life policy is higher than ours. It's $25,000 versus $10,000. Critical illness, we do cover that at $5,000, $10,000, or $15,000, and we cover 11 services with that. So I could go on and on, but as you know, we are very generous and thoughtful with our benefits. Every year since I've been here, we've improved our benefits and our salary to employees. And so I don't have everything that they shared today, but would certainly be prepared to provide that in a side-by-side comparison for council to consider.
Right.
Thank you. I think my second question is, in having the opportunity to look at your website, I did see, I think there's a section where you say that you engage in lobbying activities. Could you just kind of summarize for me what exactly your lobbying activities are, and how do those lobbying activities benefit employees?
Absolutely. But first, if I may go to the first question, to be clear, we are not here to compete with the benefits that the city offers. Every place we exist, the city of Atlanta has great benefits. Atlanta Public School has great benefits. Marietta School District has great benefits. Fulton County has benefits. So we don't compete for benefits. Our benefits are in addition to, not in lieu of. They complement what you have. We're not an insurance broker trying to displace the incumbents. But to also be clear, I would respectfully submit, nobody but nobody can make a determination or a choice better than an employee for what he need or what she may need. So what we're really asking is that you give them a choice. For example, I think you mentioned a scholarship. Well, our scholarship includes children and grandchildren, as well as the employees. I'm not sure if yours do or don't, but irregardless or irrespective of that, we believe employees should have addition. I think it's great that you have $100,000 in life insurance, but 150 is better than 100. And to be clear, nobody pays for life insurance. Nobody pays for disability insurance. Those things are part of your dues. Those things are part of the services we offer. Many of the organizations that are in the space we are in do not offer those. So that's what people would be comparing us against. We're not trying to compete against a municipality. We see municipalities as our partners, not our adversaries. So I want to be clear on that. And also, if you want a side-by-side analysis, you have to do it with the supplemental benefits that we actually offer. Because our members can, and this was not a benefits presentation, our members can actually take advantage of additional critical illness, additional short-term disability, additional life insurance. That was just the base minimum that we offer as an organization at no additional cost. So I just want to clarify that. As it relates to lobbying and encouraging our members to be engaged in the process that impacts them, just like the Chamber of Commerce, just like special interests, just like the League of Municipal Cities, there are things that impact our workers. Access to retirement pensions impact our workers. There's legislation at the state capitol every day that impacts public workers. I suspect that you have a lobbyist down there or somebody that you work with. Well, our members are concerned about pensions, about public funding to the extent that your funding comes from the states. We will be advocating to make sure that you have funding. To the extent that you may get some federal funds, we want to partner and make sure you have the resources. As it relates to our school teachers, there's legislation that always impacts them. Whether it's our librarians that may be subject to jail if they share a certain book. So we want to talk about that. We want to make sure that our law enforcement officers have the tools and resources and support at the state legislative house. So there may be a bill that deals with that. We do what every American should do in terms of encouraging our members to be actively involved and engaged in the process. And we are a better city, a better state, and a better nation when we do that.
So thank you. Thank you for that answer. Let me ask a follow-up question as it regards to what you just laid out. How would your lobbying efforts work in tandem with the lobbyists that we're already paying to advocate around these issues?
Well, you don't have to pay us. That's a start. We would do our very best to find common ground. And I have to share with you, Councilwoman, there are far more issues that unite us than that will ever divide us. please remember our members are public employees. So they're impacted either positively or negatively by certain legislation. So you would have a partner in us. Our general counsel is actually the third-ranking minority leader in the legislative process. Jason Estevez, who just announced, I guess he's running for governor today, and former APS board chair, is actually, or was actually, a member of our organization in the state center now we work with. So we would work in tandem. I know there's sometimes an effort or a belief to foster this us versus them. Oh, if they come in, it's going to go to hell in a handbasket real quick. They're going to create controversy. It's going to create dissension. None of that is true. It's going to create unity. It's going to make you a better city in terms of your lobbying efforts. You may find that we have more pull and yank than the lobbyists that you're actually paying. Or you may find that we actually can complement the work and efforts of the lobbyists that you're actually playing. And that will be our goal and an objective. I got to tell you guys, I've been doing this long enough. Two types of bureaucrats. One that says, hey, I want my employees fully engaged. I want to give them voice. I want to create an environment of them feeling like they belong. And then you have the other that says the sky is falling. It's going to go to hell in a handbasket. There's no right or wrong answer about this. It's just your philosophy. Either you believe employees should have a choice, either you respect them enough to make a determination of what's best for them, whether they want to spend their $20, or do you want to spend their $20 for them? I got to tell you, I trust the employees. There's a reason that we're the largest organization inside of APS, a place full of educators, because they have a choice. There's a reason that we're the second largest inside of the city of Atlanta and will soon be the largest. It's because that council, unanimously I might add, as did Fulton County last week, unanimously I might add, with no objection from the county manager, said give my employees a choice and an option. I trust them. And so anyway, I just want to share that with you because I get, as I travel around the country, as I've served on city council and served on commissions and served on task force, I'm including right here in Georgia, I found that there's two types of bureaucrats. Those that want to create partnership and those that want to create fear. We choose partnership every time. And I trust that your administrators will too.
Yes. So, thank you. Let me just drill down to that a little bit. And can you share with us an example of where you, because I know that, we all the cities, municipalities, everybody's got a lobbyist. We're no different from any of the other 500 plus cities in the state. Can you share with us a concrete example of where you have worked in tandem with another city's lobbyist to advocate for employees under the Gold Dome?
As it relates, most recently, I will share with you, as it relates to the most recent controversy. In fact, as I think about it, our president actually gave testimony herself as it relates to legislation that was proposed to penalize by criminal action educators and librarians if they checked out a certain book. So we were very instrumental in providing testimony, working with APS lobbyists to help make sure that that did not see existence. More than that, we also helped this Atlanta Public Schools pass local tax laws to ensure that they had the resources that they needed, dealing directly with the community. So our lobbyist and our general counsel is also a state legislator. So she does this work day in and day out and forms partnerships and gives strategic advice and guides to us on how to help not just the employee organizations that we are part of, but our members, and more importantly, the communities that they serve.
I'm not sure that I don't think I understand. I don't think I heard you correctly, because I don't know how a state legislator can also be a lobbyist. Can you kind of clarify for me? Because I don't think I processed what you were saying the correct way.
And it probably wasn't that you didn't process it the correct way. I probably articulated it in an artful way. My point that I sought to make was that we are actively engaged not only in lobbyists, but that our general counsel is actually a state representative who day in and day out engage in the business of the communities that she serves and the clients that she represents, and has an interest and an understanding of the needs of those communities. She works closely with public employees, so she has an appreciation for legislation that may impact public employees.
Okay. Yes, thank you. That it's been a very long and exhausting week for the past several days. So thank you for clarifying that. And Madam Pro Tem, I think that's all my questions. I yield.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, the queue. Okay, Councilwoman Willis.
Thank you for recognizing me. Thank you, Ms. Ali, and your team for your presentation. There's no secret. I am a proud supporter of labor. I am a child of a mother who was a part of the labor union. And when she was wrong, the labor came to her defense, which allowed her to keep her teaching job for over 30 years. My husband was a member of labor until he ranked out. Once you get a certain level, you can't be a part of a labor union. But he's still a member of the Fraternal Order of Police. The benefits I have benefited from greatly, and you're correct. All employees should have an option. This is not in replacement to, this is not in comparison to, this is in addition to. And not all cities have lobbyists because they can't afford them. Our agenda is different from the labor union agenda. As every year since I have been on this council, we comprise a legislative agenda, we vote, and we give our lobbyists what we want them to advocate on. I do agree that in ways where we can align, we have additional voices with this organization that may align with some of the things that we are advocating for. The fact that State Representative Tanya Miller is one of your general counsels, a part of this organization that represents this, gives a lot of credence to this. We all watched how she lobbied, let me take that word out of it, advocated for the tort reform and almost defeated the attack on us as it relates to the tort reform if it weren't for two people who crossed the line and gave them the vote. She is highly regarded in the legal field. And I do not believe she would put her name and attach her name to anything that is not of value, nor would Jason, attorney Jason Estes. So my question to you, this is one of many benefits that the county offers correctly, don't they have like 5 different type of benefits that they give their employees an option? And this is one of many. So this would be in addition to the many benefits that they offer to employees at Fulton County.
This would be in addition to, and mark my word on this would be in addition to the 6 other employee organizations that currently exist. Fast forward a year from now, the Georgia Federation of Public Service Employees would be the largest in Fulton County because that's actually where employees will be making choices from. They would want to see which organization is engaged in the community. That would be us. They would want to see what organization provides scholarships to the members, their children and grandchildren. That would be us. They would want to see which organization has a home loan program for their members. That would be us. We're not there to compete against Fulton County. We complement what Fulton County do, but employees in Fulton County will now have us as an option in addition to the other organizations.
And one other question, collective bargaining. We do have a labor union in this city, the fire department labor union, and they have a collective bargaining agreement. Can you talk a little bit about that? There has been concerns that this membership labor will bring collective bargaining for all employees, and from my understanding, that is not so. So can you speak a little on that, please? Thank you.
Absolutely. I've engaged in collective bargaining across this country, including for firefighters and police officers. Let me tell you in very plain language why firefighters have collective bargaining, even in the state of Georgia. And I don't intend to mince my words because I'm not too good at that. They have it because primarily they're white. So there are carve-outs for firefighters. Firefighters across the country are primarily white. My wife worked 33 years for LA County Fire Department. So I know a little something about fire departments, and I've actually negotiated contracts for fire departments. So that is truly an exception to the rule. I will quote you Georgia's favorite son, Martin Luther King. He says, right to work provides no rights, and it provides no work. It is a fancy sounding slogan intended to oppress black people. Those are the words of your favorite sons, because he knew 20, 30, 40 years from now, blacks would be able to sit on the city council and they would have voice. It has nothing to do with conservative or liberalism. Let me tell you, Utah is far more conservative than Georgia will ever be, and they have collective bargaining. Salt Lake County has collective bargaining. We have members in the state of Utah. But more specifically to your question, the law in Georgia simply doesn't allow for collective bargaining. What it allows for, what people should not fear, is for us to have conversations. It allows for us to make presentations to elected officials. It allows for us to engage in dialogue. It allows for us to share the views and values and perspective of South Fulton city workers. That's what it actually allows for anybody that has this fear, although I don't fear collective bargaining. Martin Luther King actually supported it. President Barack Obama actually supported it. So I don't fear it, but it's a non-reality as it relates to any possibility until you get a governor, until you get a majority of both legislative bodies, that collective bargaining will be a problem. That is a boogeyman, a talking point from those that too often fear honest discussion with their employees. It's just a voluntary process. It's just a conversation. I had lunch with the superintendent of Atlanta Public School the other day, Dr. Johnson. Just a conversation. We appeared before the board. Just a conversation. We have labor management meetings with their human resources department and department heads. Just a conversation. We find common ground, not battleground. And every one of those meetings I talked about, you know who were there? I wasn't. the actual employees that work for those particular agencies.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. And currently, you said that the City of Atlanta unanimously approved this, and also the City of Mapleton has this. Did I understand that correct?
City of Atlanta, not Mapleton.
Okay, thank you.
And yes, it was unanimous, and I believe 2 or 3 of the council members are actually members as well as the city solicitor, as well as the city's chief policy officer. As Raynard said, we're in this together. Some people like to create a us versus them.
So my question is, will this membership be available to elected officials as well?
It will be, and I hope you would join, and I expect your city manager to join, because you will not find anything objectionable.
Lastly, and I'll come back because I know others may have questions. No collective bargaining because Georgia state law doesn't allow it.
Except for firefighters.
Except for firefighters, and we do have that in place currently. This is in addition to, and this is voluntary. Members can leave and come as they choose. And currently, you are in the city of Atlanta, Fulton County, APS, Clayton County Schools, where my cousin just got Librarian of the Year.
All right.
Laura Michelle Woods. I'm very proud of her. And
Marietta City Schools.
Marietta City Schools, and you currently have members that live here in the city of South Fulton. 138 that live and vote here in the city of South Fulton.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure I wrote those down. I'll yield and I'll come back if I have additional questions. Thank you.
Councilman Sebastian?
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. Just have a few questions for you. And I apologize if you answered them already. I just want to make it clear. What will this cost the city?
Nothing.
Okay. Will there be any administrative costs for the city?
Nominal.
Will there be any legal cost to the city if there's a dispute between you guys and the employee? Or the employees have to use their own legal attorneys?
Not sure I understand that question. One more time, please.
If there's a legal dispute between you guys and an employee of the city, for whatever reason, the person said, I deserve the home thing benefit that you guys deny, right? Is the city on the hook if the person say, hey, I want to sue that organization?
No. And I can tell you, we've never been sued by a member.
Okay. Are the benefits transferable?
They are portable.
Sorry?
Certain benefits are portable, specifically as it relates to the life, specifically as it relates to the disability. Some of the internal benefits are not portable.
Okay.
And the ones that people care often about are the life that's portable. And I have to tell you in all candor, we've paid out $175,000 in the last 60 days for people losing their life or their spouse. And the reality is this, if you are overweight, which a lot of us are, including me, if you have high blood pressure like me, diabetes, all those things are prohibitive a lot of times. If you're getting old like me and maybe in your 50s, you can't get it. I just want to emphasize those things are non-showstoppers for us. We leverage to ensure that a person that's diagnosed with cancer right now, person diagnosed with AIDS right now, can still take advantage of the benefits. And unlike, again, Councilwoman Brown, who we compete with, as other organizations, unlike other organizations, we don't have a drop period. We don't seek to negotiate with the city that says, hey, for operational purposes, only allow people to drop their membership twice a year. We allow people to come and go as they please because we trust people and we trust that they will appreciate and recognize the benefits that they have. Unlike some of the other 6 organizations that I mentioned in Fulton County or the city of Atlanta where they have defined drop periods, you can join today and drop tomorrow if you don't like it.
Okay. Thank you. And I think you answered this before. The benefits are stackable, all of them.
They're what?
Stackable. So if we have something and you offer the same thing?
Yes.
You won't say you have it already, so.
No. In fact, a lot of people, that is the attraction.
It's not-
Although I got to tell you, to have $100,000 from a public employer, you're on the high end on that. Now, I didn't do an analysis of your benefits, but I suspect if we did, and although it's a moot point, that then when you get into the nuances, just because we do this, a lot of our supplemental benefits will actually be better. But to the extent that that's a mute issue that people join in addition to and not in lieu of, and we're not competing with. But I gotta tell you, a lot of people stack the benefits, and then some of them will actually select our benefits in favor of their employer benefits, because when you look at the details and really read the nuances of things, our benefits tend to be a lot better. Now, having said that, I haven't looked at you guys. Don't care to look at them. Don't care to compare. But I would be surprised if they're better.
Okay, and last question again, I think this has been answered. This is purely an employee choice. We're not telling anyone they have to join this program. You're putting it out there and saying, if you want to do it and pay your $20, it's purely up to you.
100% employee choice to come, 100% employee choice to leave. I find people will always choose common sense over nonsense, and when we get past the fear mongering and all the reasons why it's bad, and just give people a choice and an option, they'll make a good choice for themselves and their families. And Councilman, what we're asking in the final analysis is that you just give them the option to make that choice.
Okay, those are all the questions I have.
Councilwoman Gums.
Thank you for your presentation. I just have a few questions, and hopefully they can be brief. The financial hardship program for employees, can you tell me a little bit about your program?
Yes, that is another benefit that's somewhat unique to us. You have a catastrophic emergency. You ain't got time to wait for an insurance company. A hot water heater blows up. We give you $500,000. It has to be catastrophic. Now, we're not going to pay you no money if you didn't pay your water bill. But we're not a pawn shop, but we do catastrophic grants. And I must add that they're grants, they're not loans, and they are available to our members.
Okay. And do you know the percentage of lobbying that you all have done versus administering benefits for employees, like across the counties and cities you represent?
I would say in the great scheme of things, lobbying is a minimum part of what we do. If there's anything that's lobbying, I would say talking to city councils, talking to school boards. I mean, you can color that and frame that as lobbying. For example, when our school police resources officers needed additional vehicles, and they were talking about the sharing vehicles. We talked to the superintendent and the board about that. So I guess some would characterize that as lobbying. They ultimately got it done. But lobbying, we're not a political organization. Now, that said, we certainly can play politics. We're not a political organization where we're engaging in politics. We're engaging in enhancing and promoting public service and public employees.
Perfect. My next question would be, what would the advocacy look like during the budget process? We did see that in the presentation. Can you share a little bit about what that would look like?
Absolutely. You know, transparency dictates, inclusiveness demands that when we have a budget process, that we seek the input from neighborhood homeowner associations. We often make sure we seek the input of Chamber of Commerce, business interests. Tell me what your budget is, Councilwoman, and I'll tell you what your values are. So we certainly want to make sure that during the budget process that we share input. I can imagine no scenario, envision no scenario where any chief financial officer, any person involved in the budget process will actually seek to minimize those that provide input. For example, the city of Atlanta, they actually create a form. The budget committee, sit at the diocese, say, Tell us what your concerns are. Tell us what you see. Help us identify the blind spots. Because we realize those that do the work, turning on water, those that drive the trucks can sometimes tell us what trucks are better. Those that use the equipment that we may be contemplating purchasing can tell us that the equipment may not be no good. Those that see that we're doing so much overtime that says maybe if we do this, it's better. So I embrace that. I don't fear that. So what it looks like, Councilwoman, is probably a group of employees during your budgeting season that will simply come to you and provide you input, just like your city manager provides you input. In the final analysis, it is this council, this legislative body, who is charged with taking input and then using your good judgment based on the collective feedback you received. Your feedback would be incomplete, not whole, if you did not welcome an environment to receive feedback from employees. So that's what it looks like. I mean, I think about Jennifer Saunders. She speaks at APS board meetings on budget issues from time to time. And she's a director. Manages all the librarians at the different schools. Been a 26-year educator. So you may just want to hear what she has to say when you're talking about budgets. Respectfully, sometimes, city councils, they come from the business community. They come from community-based organizations. Sometimes they come from government itself. It is precisely the mix of different people and different ideals that makes us a more perfect city. Shame on us if we seek to exclude or somehow fear those that are actually doing the work, providing positive, constructive, public, transparent feedback for you to consider.
Okay. And this is my last question, and it's kind of tied. So if an employee signs up for your program, what is the process for them to activate? And also, too, if this does move forward, is there a memorandum of understanding that the city would go into with the city manager and things of that nature? So kind of negotiating out certain benefits or however the case may be. And that's my final question.
It exists how the city wants it to exist and operate. We would share with you what we think are best practices. A memorandum of understanding is just that, an understanding that the parties enter into. Sometimes they're necessary, sometimes they're not. Personally, I prefer them. But what does it look like? It looks like an employee filling out a form that says, hey, City of South Fulton Payroll Department, I authorize this deduction from my check. We submit it to payroll, they transmit the deduction. In terms of a memorandum of understanding, I would say, what does it look like? Maybe the city manager has some concern or fear that we're just going to parachute in here and just run around the city and disrupt everything. So we'll say, hey, let's make sure we come during these hours. Let's make sure we access the break room. Let's make sure you give advance notice to the department heads and approval. So those are the types of components that I can envision in a memorandum of understanding. Hey, we're having a new employee orientation. Let's make sure we create 5 minutes for you to do a presentation at the new employee orientation. Hey, we're having open enrollment. Let's make sure we have a table for you at open enrollment. Those are all real life scenarios. We meet regularly with HR departments. We meet regularly with the mayor's office. We meet regularly with the superintendent. So, hey, the fourth Thursday of the third month, we're going to have a labor management meeting. This is an opportunity for us to check in and see how we're going to receive feedback, to get a better understanding from the worker's perspective. So those are options, but the bare minimum is just a recognition and a deduction slot. And to Councilman Sebastian, when I said nominal, payroll systems are set up to create a simple deduction slot.
Do you yield? Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Williams-Brown.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. And if I heard you correctly, I believe I heard you say that we as elected officials would be able to participate in this. Did I hear that
Yes.
correctly? Okay, so as you know, these are part-time positions. Several of us have full-time jobs. I'm one of the council members that does have a full-time job. What can you do? What would this do for me that Emory University does not already do?
I don't know because I don't know what Emory does, but I can tell you this, you hit something right on the head. You said, I'm a part-time worker. Most of these benefits will ordinarily exclude part-time workers. Well, we got crossing guards and part-time cafeteria workers that work 14 hours a week and are otherwise generally excluded from benefits. Our benefits include that. So I don't know, maybe you want to buy a house, I don't know if Emory has a home loan program for you.
They do.
Great, they can complement one another. I'm assuming that Emory has life insurance policy for you. Well, you can add another $50,000 to that. I would very doubtful that Emory would have scholarships for your children or grandchildren. You may want
They do.
Well, that's great. I've never heard of it, but you may want to avail yourself of it. So you'll get a double dose of it if you want, or you'll make a choice for yourself, an intelligent choice, and say, I don't need it, and I will respect your choice. What I don't want to do is not allow you the opportunity to have that choice, because not everybody will work at Emory and have all those Cadillac benefits that you just described. So given choice and option.
More like Rolls-Royce.
Rolls-Royce, yeah. Well, most people won't have that, so you are very fortunate. So what you will do is create opportunity and space and access for those that don't have Rolls-Royce or that opportunity. And you don't have to join.
Yes, I will yield. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, moving right along I just want everyone to understand, we have 3 minutes, to begin our, public meetings. We have a few more speakers. So in the interest of time, if our questions can be brief and our responses can be brief as well. Thank you. Attorney Kelly.
I'll be brief, Mayor Pro Tem. You mentioned, well, I think I wrote it down, honest disagreements with municipalities. Are those things that are reduced to writing and legally enforceable? And if they are, how are they enforced?
A memorandum of understanding will define how they are enforced. In most cases, they are enforced by the parties agreeing to disagree in the final analysis, or the parties defining who is the ultimate arbitrator, and not in the sense of an arbitrator, but an ultimate decision maker within the city of Fulton. So the city of Fulton will hold all the cards in final determination.
So is that enforced in arbitration or in litigation matters? How is that enforced?
Through the city of Fulton. So South Fulton, city of South Fulton, let me get that right. City of South Fulton. So we're creating an MOU that says, hey, on the fourth Thursday of each month, we shall set up in the break room. And then you have a clause in there that says, if there's any dispute regarding any elements in this MOU, the city manager shall make the determination. There's your arbitrator right there. And again, if you want to ensure there's no litigation, just come up with that. We're not looking for litigation. Lawyers make money off that. Employees suffer.
You also mentioned a few times City of Atlanta. What other cities do you represent?
In Georgia, it would be the city of Atlanta.
Okay. I also had an opportunity to look through your website, and I saw a couple of city seals, including ours, on your website, and it's just City of Atlanta that you represent?
You probably saw a couple of seals for the city, different school districts. You saw a coalition of government entities in the state of Georgia, and you probably saw a quote from Barack Obama, Abraham Lincoln, Franklin D. Roosevelt as well. So yes.
Okay, because I see City of Camilla, City of Alberton, City of Fairburn, City of Forest Park, as well as our city seal. Okay, do you represent those entities?
We advocate and lobby for government, because somebody raised that issue with me. They said, we see those city seals on there. Do you represent them? No, what we do is promote government. We promote municipalities and we promote school districts. So we try to bring people together. So that's what those seals are about. Abraham Lincoln wasn't a member of our union, but we quote him on there. Barack Obama wasn't a member of our union, but we quote him on there. Mother Teresa never said anything about the Federation of Public Service Employees, but we quote her on there. So that's what it's intended to do.
I understand. I think quotes by Mother Teresa and Abraham Lincoln are a little bit different than intellectual property. So do you represent those entities as a whole, or do you represent people inside those municipalities?
That, we may have individual members because we do allow people to join, but that's not the purpose of the logos. We've never had a municipality object to us promoting a municipality. That said, I don't want that to be a side issue. I probably can call the webmaster and say, take that down. It's not a big issue.
Is that something you'd be willing to do?
Oh, absolutely. That's a non-issue, so I don't want to create an issue.
Okay, thank you.
And if you had asked me before this meeting, I would have done that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
You yield?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm next in the queue. I went in the queue, so I will be formal with it, and I'm acknowledging myself. My first question is, which carrier do you use for the life insurance and disability insurance?
On the group, it's One America.
One America?
One America.
Okay.
And on the voluntary supplemental, it's Chubb.
Chubb, CHUBB.
Yes.
Okay, and then you mentioned the catastrophic grants. You said people don't have to go through the hassle of life insurance. So how do you underwrite the catastrophic grant?
Catastrophic grants is not life insurance. It's a hardship
No, I know
grant.
that.
It's a hardship grant. It's
I
not
understand,
Okay.
but my question is, how do you underwrite it?
You don't underwrite it. A committee makes a determination. They set it.
So I'll rephrase my question. Where does the money come from? I mean, I understand what catastrophic is, but where does the money come from? Because with the other benefits related to life insurance, the money comes from a life insurance company. But when you're talking about catastrophic grants, that I know that they're very few and far between, you're talking about $500,000 that has to come from somewhere. Does that come from the membership dues that are collected from your membership team or pool, or where does the money come from?
I'm not sure where you got the number 500,000.
Because you said it.
No, $500.
$500?
Yes.
For catastrophic?
Yes.
So like, okay.
It could be $1,000.
No. It's fine.
Yeah.
If it's $500.
Yes, $500,000 for the emergency, a catastrophic emergency.
Catastrophic emergency.
For a member, yes.
Okay, understood. And my last question is, so what you're asking us, I feel like there's an ask here, and I guess it'll come maybe more formally at another time. So the ask is for this mayor and council this government body to endorse your organization to our employees? Is that what this is leading to?
No, absolutely not. Actually, a actual ordinance was presented that spells out with specificity what the ask is, and we're not asking for your endorsement. Do not seek your endorsement. Quite frankly, do not want your endorsement. We want employees to have an option and choice, and again, we believe they choose better than anyone else. We're asking you to make the choice and option available to them.
Okay, thank you so much. And I yield. Last, Councilwoman Willis, and then we will close this discussion.
Again, thank you, Ms. Ali, for your very thorough presentation. Again, this benefit is about giving employees choices. This is not a benefit to ask employees to choose their current benefit. Not everybody has Emory life insurance, but I would love to have a choice to pick whatever benefit I would like to have. Not everybody works full time. Not everybody desires to work full time. Not everybody has to work full time. but I would love to have the choice to have a benefit that would afford me the ability to have additional life insurance, education benefits if I ever have a hardship, advocacy if I ever am in a place where I need it. It's about choices. And not any of us, in my opinion, should be in a position, put our employees in a position where we dictate what we want them to have. Thank you. Again, what was promised to Ms. Subadan is that Councilmember Gonza and I will work with her, meet with her separately, along with you to see if we can come to some common ground. I would love to speak to some of the members that live in the city and vote in the city to see how they are benefiting from this benefit that I think is a great benefit. And we'll bring this back to the council at some point, and we will vote. We'll have the opportunity to vote up or down whether or not we will give our employees an opportunity to have a choice to be a part of this program. Thank you.
And thank you for the opportunity to be heard.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Clerk, next item, please.
Yes, ma'am. That brings us to the second presentation for this evening, T-SPLOST 1 and 2 amendment, presented by our city manager, Ms. Subadan, and her staff.
The bureaucrats are
Let's see if this works. Oh, it works, so we can do it ourselves. Okay. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Dr. Mark Anthony Cooper, Assistant City Manager with the City of South Fulton. And we're bringing to you today an analysis and reallocation proposal for our current T-SPLOST 1 and T-SPLOST 2 programs. As Council is aware, and I want to make the public aware, the T-SPLOST, or the Transportation Special Purpose Local Option Sales Tax, is that 3/4 of a penny that voters voted on several years ago, the first time in 2016, to fund transportation projects within our city. So many have come out to our sidewalk openings, our roundabouts, and different things of that nature. Well, that's what the T-SPLOST is for. And to quote the city manager, I am a proponent, as she is, of using other people's money. And basically, everyone pays for T-SPLOST. This is not coming out of the general fund. This is a tax that is paid by everyone who comes, live, work, play, shop, stay in the city of South Fulton. So this is contributed in by everyone. And I would say roughly about 50 to 55% of the funds that we collect with T-SPLOST does come from other people's money. And as you know, the city of South Fulton utilizes these revenues for a number of transportation projects. The first T-SPLOST was approved with Fulton County, and that's T-SPLOST 1, and that was done on November 8th, 2016. The original cost estimate, this is why we're here, the original cost estimate of the first T-SPLOST was about $94.4 million. And that was done in 2016. Come 2025, those cost estimates now, we're looking at over $100 million. With that, that definitely tells us that we have a shortfall in our T-SPLOST 1. T-SPLOST 2 approved was November 2nd of 2021. The original cost estimate for all of the projects that were proposed under that, roughly about $90.3 million. With our current estimate of cost, we are looking at roughly over $110 million. This is just the cost of items going up. Looking at the first quick analysis for T-SPLOST, and I just wanted to give a little update on this. While the revenues have exceeded what we were expecting, as we know, our cost has gone up tremendously. If you look at the expenditures committed to date with our current T-SPLOST is roughly about $63.8 million. Those are the projects that are currently underway. And to completely finish out T-SPLOST 1, we're looking at forecasted spending of about another $36.1 million. That's where we get our total of over $100 million for the completion of T-SPLOST 1. Looking at our revenues, so far we have collected roughly about $86.8 million, which is slightly ahead of what was projected. And as you know, when the city manager came, we were able, with your blessing and approval, to actually start to diversify funds and move funds into interest-bearing accounts with different things. So again, that was to offset some of these cost increases. And as you see here, interest to date until 9/30/25 is projected to be about $2.5 million that we would be able to add back into T-SPLOST 1 revenues. We do have some reimbursements to come in from the Georgia Department of Transportation for projects that we have partnered with them on, or that they've managed for us, of roughly $2 million, with Atlanta watershed reimbursements of about $286,000, which gives us the $91 million in revenues, which gives us about a shortfall of $8.4 million just in T-SPLOST 1. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention, and I will turn it over to City Manager Sharon Subadan to actually start to discuss how we're looking at funding those gaps in the proposal itself.
Thank you. So we did send out a very detailed memo to you earlier in the week with a very thorough spreadsheet. So if you wanted to see the individual projects in T-SPLOST 1 and T-SPLOST 2, it is in that memo, and we can also refer to that in this presentation if necessary. Next slide, please. So the $8.4 million funding gap, so for the listening audience, T-SPLOST 1 is closed, right? So there's no more revenue coming in except what we earn in interest and if we have any other reimbursements. So you went one too far. Go back one, please. So we have some suggested proposals. This is not on the agenda for voting tonight, but we do have some suggested proposals on how to close the $8.4 million gap. Let me first off start by saying no project is being deleted. We're just working with the timing of projects and the available funding. So let me say that again. No projects are being deleted. We're just working with the timing of projects and available funding. So one of the things that we are proposing is that we transfer $1 million in the traffic camera fund to complete some roundabout projects. This council has made traffic calming a priority. We know that traffic calming is not just speed humps. Roundabouts are very instrumental in traffic calming. The second proposal is that we move Enon Road and Stonewall Tell roundabouts to T-SPLOST 2 for funding, and that we push out the Butner Road and West Stubbs Road intersection improvement, which is a large project, $4.5 million estimate, into future funding. But as I said before, engineering and community engagement, and if necessary, land acquisition will still continue. But this is a project that is highly complex, and we do not believe that in the near future, this project will be ready for completion. So next slide now. Did you want me to stop and answer any questions in between, or do you prefer that I finish? Madam Chair, do you want me to stop and entertain questions?
If someone's in the queue, I see Councilwoman Gums. Would you like to ask your question now?
I would like to wait till the end of the presentation.
Is there anyone that would like to ask a question right now? Okay.
All right.
You proceed.
So T-SPLOST 2 is ongoing. part of the reason I'm bringing this to you is because I want to make sure that when T-SPLOST comes back to the public for renewal, we have been able to sufficiently utilize the funds in the most effective way possible. You've all seen that in the last 2 years, we've had groundbreakings and ribbon cuttings and a lot of activity. I've shared before, we have $140 million worth of projects ongoing at any given time. Some of those are T-SPLOST projects, but of course, others are funded with federal and state dollars, and some of them are our own CIP out of our general fund. And so T-SPLOST 2 is ongoing. We still have about a year, about 2 years worth of collections, almost 2 years worth of collections for T-SPLOST 2. So what we're doing is projecting based on the history, what we anticipate that we would have in revenue. But as we look at our committed funds to date, 40.5 million, and those forecasts to be spent on the projects that are already in the program, and the projects in the program were determined at the time when T-SPLOST 1 and 2 were put on the ballot for consideration. We have a $67 million obligation. Moving that project, OSI 608, the Stonewall Tell project to T-SPLOST 2 would give us a total cost forecasted estimate of $110 million. We estimate the revenue we know the revenue that's been collected to date. We forecast what we will collect through 3/27 if we continue to collect at the same rate. And we forecast how much interest we will earn between now and September. We're being conservative because, quite honestly, with the markets, we don't know if we will continue to earn at the same rate. Our total revenues are estimated at $108 million, so there would be a $1.7 million shortfall. Not terrible, something that I think is more manageable than T-SPLOST 1 that has a much larger shortfall. Next slide, please. And so one of the things that we've looked at, I want to acknowledge Public Works, Dr. Cooper, and all of our project managers that have worked on this project to go through every single project. Every project has been looked at, and we are looking at when projects can realistically be brought to construction. And so we know that some projects will not be able to be brought to construction. And so what we wanted to do is propose to you that we reallocate some funding, recognizing that we have a shortfall, recognizing that some projects will not be done by next year, November, when T-SPLOST goes back to the public for consideration, all things being equal. We recognize that we have a deficiency in road resurfacing. And so what we're wanting to do today, and not here for vote, but here to recommend that we reallocate $19.2 million of our T-SPLOST 2 for roads resurfacing projects as outlined. And in your packet that I emailed to you, we have every single street, we have every single intersection outlined, but we would like to do different phases of resurfacing. We already have a contract for the reclamation of roads off of FIB. We have a deficit there. We would like to get that project done. We also have in our original T-SPLOST 2 a tier 3 of corridors that you identified that were aspirational. We've done 1 and 2. The aspirational ones are in tier 3. We've included that for $4.6 million. We got a lot of feedback last year when we did our subdivision paving that several residents were upset because only parts of their subdivision were paved. And so this proposal allows us to complete the subdivisions that were not complete last year. And then repaving of our high traffic volume corridors is a larger project, which would likely be next year, but we would like to go ahead and start the process as we are going through our pavement condition index report at this time. So the projects that we are proposing that are delayed, only the construction will be delayed, are deferred to future funding, are 4 sidewalk projects. Next slide, please. Part of the reason that we picked 4 sidewalk projects is due to extensive land acquisition. To do these 4 projects, we have to acquire 239 parcels of right-of-way. So hands up anybody who knows anything about the old national sidewalks. Project has been on the books for almost 10 years. We had to acquire over 100 parcels for that project to be complete. The reason that we're suggesting that we push the construction to a future funding phase is because there's no realistic way for us to get through all of the land acquisitions and move to construction in the year and a half that we have left on T-SPLOST 2. In the meantime, we have roads that are deteriorating. And so rather than let those roads sit and continue to deteriorate until a potential future funding source comes online, our proposal is let's take care of the street issues now or in the near future, because it will allow us to defer that expense in the future. If we continue to allow these roads to deteriorate, the ones that have been outlined in the package that I sent to you, it will cost us more in the future. And the funding that we have allocated, 1, is insufficient, and 2, even if it was enough, there's no way for us to get to construction on those projects really anytime until we get through with acquiring 239 parcels. I want to reiterate that we are going to continue with engineering, with design, with pursuing the land acquisition for the projects during the next, however long it takes, but that work will continue. So I don't want anybody to walk away and say these projects are going away. The projects are not going away. This is just a way for us to position ourselves to pave roads that are desperately in need of repair and pavement, and use our funding in the most effective way. It's kind of like if you have money in your pocket, but you're driving on bald tires, or you have money in your savings account, but you're driving on bald tires, that's not smart. You put yourself at unnecessary risk. And so by not taking care of our streets that are in a position to be or to need resurfacing in the next 18 months, we're not moving in the smartest direction. So again, this is not on the agenda tonight for approval. This is introducing the concept of how to do this reallocation. Part of the reason why it was important to bring it tonight is there's only a window for paving season. And so we have 2 meetings. If you're agreeable with making an adjustment to T-SPLOST 2, we have 2 readings that will be necessary. You have 2 meetings in May, and then there's a break in June. If we wait till July, we're likely to miss the paving season for 2025. So at this point, I am subject to your questions, and I highly recommend that you look at the package that I sent. I even sent a good spreadsheet, because some people like a good spreadsheet with all the formulas and all of the information. But the memo is there for you to be able to view all the details of every project.
Thank you, Ms. Subadan. Councilwoman Gomes.
Thank you for the presentation. I think you answered quite a bit of my questions, but I did want to ask, so in this process, well, I guess, what kind of process did you all use to pretty much evaluate? Was it based off of the amount of time and not meet construction. So all the projects that are shovel-ready is what we're going to be moving forward, that type of thing.
Yes, so Dr. Cooper, the project managers, Public Works, it took long because they literally went through every single project. And they looked at how long it would take for design, how long it would take for engineering, how long it would take for land acquisition if necessary, and then how long it takes for bidding, and then how long it takes for construction. So they did that on every single project, and that's how we ended up kind of forecasting the projects, knowing when we think they will be moving forward to the next phases.
Okay. And the funding that we're now allocating towards paving, is it a list of, I guess, subdivisions or areas that have not been touched before, that you all are looking at to use that money for?
So there's a very detailed list. It's in your packet. The most of the paving in the city we're doing for the first time because the city is only 8 years old. So most of it we're hitting for the first time. Some of the high traffic areas, which is that $8 million package for next year, it's possible that we have done them before, but they are some of our most heavily trafficked streets. They're not GDOT streets, these are all city streets. So we did look at condition. Of course, there's a pavement condition index, which, we're all aware of. A new one is being done. So that will provide us with guidance. But we already know some of these streets were identified as needing to be done in the last pavement condition index, which I think was in 2022. If we wait till 2027, these roads will have been needing to be paved for 5 years.
Okay. And my last question, I know there are definitely 2 projects in District 2, and with the growth of the particular area, and especially around that Merck Road, Aldridge, and the Butner and West Stubbs, was any consideration given to the things that we're trying to do on that particular area, and then also to the growth, and will that be,
Sure, as we did our projection in the project, we definitely are looking at a complete streets model in that area, and that has been taken into consideration already, and those projects are not being considered for delay.
Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Rao?
Thank you. I think it gives me at least some comfort that there will still be activities on this project as you related, that it would also be still design work and everything. So hopefully by the time we get to T-SPLOST 3, they become the first construction projects on that list. But I did have a couple of questions, and this might be, I don't know how y'all looked at the timeline for this. Some of these other projects that we have that are not necessarily T-SPLOST, but are moving. One in particular, I had mentioned paving a Skyview Drive. It was one of those streets that they did every street off of Wallace, but that one. And sidewalks on Old Fairburn, near Old Fairburn Village. So while they've paved or put sidewalks on one part of Fairburn, the other part at the very end on our city limits doesn't have them. So I don't know how that plays in here. I'd like to get an update on those 2 in particular. But how are you weaving in other projects that might be grant projects and not T-SPLOST that are should also be moving along? Because I know we got in our general budget the funding for Union Road sidewalk, and Riverside Drive, which I get asked about almost on a weekly basis about that.
Sure. So all of our other projects, you get my monthly report, and there's a whole section on the status of projects. It's updated every month, and the Public Works also puts out a report. And so all of these projects are moving along as expected. On the general fund side, we have a little bit more flexibility. If we get to the end of the fiscal year, we're not ready to let the project, or we haven't awarded the project, we would reallocate it in the following year. So you'll see us bring a budget amendment. with a bunch of projects that, will carry over. The reason for doing this is a little different because, T-SPLOST is sort of in a confined box. The funding comes in for it, the funding goes out for it. On the general fund side, and of course, we're working closely with the Atlanta Regional Commission on many of our big projects, as well as with GDOT. Those projects are continuing to move through the cycle. Did that answer the question?
It does. I mean,
And we'll find out the specifics on that.
I think
two.
this is helpful because at the end of the day, we're about to be in construction season. People want to see activity across the city. And I'd rather us keep projects moving than for them to just be sitting because we know we're not really going to get to them in 18 months. So I think I'm comfortable with what I've heard. Like I said, I do want specifics, a follow-up on those particular projects, repaving the Skyview Drive, sidewalks on Old Fairburn Village, and Riverside. And I recognize you say it, these updates are in our report because I like going in the portal and looking at the updates too. But, it'll be, I'll leave it right there. Those are the ones I want updates. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll give you those.
Thank you, Councilwoman Williams-Brown.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you for this presentation. My only question is in looking at the numbers, and I don't know when you crunch them, but do these numbers take into account any of the costs associated with the current tariff situation? As I'm sure you are very, very well aware, a lot of the materials that are used for these types of infrastructure projects are imported. Many of them imported from China. So do these numbers kind of capture some of what we're seeing with the tariffs and with the trade wars, or do we need to go back and try to factor in? I think the last number I heard was like a 245% tariff on imports from China, which is one of the U.S.'s biggest imports in terms of the steel,
right,
and a lot, of these other materials that are used to do these projects.
So great question. That's a wild card. And so we're all sort of holding our breath and waiting to see what that's going to look like. When we did this analysis, we included a contingency. We did not include a 245% contingency. That's just not in the realm of our possibility. And so, a piece of the cost of projects, we feel very confident that it will not be exorbitantly changed. Our engineering, our design, we don't contract those to China. Those are people sitting in our offices doing that work. The actual construction and cost of materials is to be determined. And I'll be honest with you, you're going to later on today hear a presentation from Turner Townsend regarding our big CIP projects, and we're all sort of holding our breath, I'll be honest. So this is based on the information that we know with a reasonable contingency that we always, kind of hedge our bets with. But until we start to get bid numbers back, we don't really have reality yet. So it's quite possible that I'll be coming back to you 6 months from now and saying that first slide that you looked at, which has our projected committed amount, our forecast amount, may turn out to be a different number. But we're working with the information that we have.
Is there a way mathematically to try to model what it might look like just so that, we can get not good numbers, but some sort of idea of what we might be looking at down the road if in fact we do find ourselves facing that type of tariff situation with the import of the actual materials to do the project, even if it's just like a really rough estimate, but what that number would potentially look like if we do find ourselves facing, say, a 245% tariff on steel. If we could kind of maybe model that, to try to get a sense of what cost might be if we are in a worst case scenario.
We can. And as I said, once we get closer to an actual bid return where we're actually seeing what people are putting on paper, that will help us. You know, we saw the market shift hundreds of points in a day. We saw tariffs that were threatened that went away. And so things are very volatile right now. But we definitely could do some modeling by extracting the part of the construction cost that is specific to things that are imported. So it would take some doing, but on a big aggregate, we could do some modeling and kind of see where worst case scenarios are. And if we get to that point, then we're going to have some very hard decisions to make.
All right, thank you. Madam Pro Tem, I yield.
Councilwoman Willis?
I would like to get a report on the right-of-way acquisition because for the Walker Mall and Roosevelt Highway Willie Road project, from my understanding that right-of-way acquisition wasn't going to be too challenging because it's not owned by a lot of, and I thought it was almost complete unless we were given misinformation. So I'm not too in favor of delaying that project because that is a pretty busy intersection. There is going to be a townhome community constructed within the next 12 months. And so to delay that project is going to be maybe problematic for that area.
So remember, we're going to continue with the project, but based on our best projections, we won't be ready for construction, you know, by the end of this T-SPLOST. And so we can go in, we can dig in and give you the detail. You're talking about, did you bring the slideshow back up, please?
Number 8, slide number 8, you have Walker Mall Road.
From Roosevelt
to Willie
Road, yeah, I thought that was it, P906. But we can give you the breakdown.
Okay. And also that Eden Road was a roundabout you all were projecting to propose at the Demoni. Maybe what slide was that?
It was Enon and Stonewall Tell, and we're not delaying, we're just moving the project from T-SPLOST 1 to T-SPLOST 2. Because T-SPLOST 1 doesn't have enough money for it.
And T-SPLOST 2 comes into effect, you said in 2 years?
No, it's already in effect.
Okay.
We're literally just moving it,
Okay.
you know, on the project.
Okay, so you're not asking to
No.
reallocate, just move it to the next funding cycle. All right, and it's already in effect. Okay.
Correct. Mhm.
Okay, so but you're just asking to propose to reallocate the funding from the Walker Mall Roosevelt Highway to Willie Road project.
To a future funding, yeah, for construction only. The remainder, the first parts of it will continue.
And then how would it be refunded?
So hopefully there'll be a T-SPLOST 3. We can't presume it. If there isn't one, then it would be general fund. We would use general fund to fund it.
Okay.
So anything on these lists would take priority on our next cycle and allocation of funding.
Okay, I want to get a little bit more detail around that. The last question that I have is what caused the shortfall? Was it because some of the projects came in higher?
So I think
labor and demand?
Yeah, I think a little bit of both. I think so on T-SPLOST 1, the challenge with T-SPLOST is sort of goes back to Councilwoman Williams-Brown's concept around modeling. You're making decisions at this time, we weren't even a city yet. You know, T-SPLOST 1 decisions were made by Fulton County probably in 2015 for a 2016 ballot initiative. And so they were making their best guess at what the projects would cost. And their original estimate was 94 million, but our current estimate is closer to 100. And even then, with the cost of materials and potential tariffs, it could be higher. The same thing with T-SPLOST 2, and if there is another T-SPLOST, we may face the same thing. But now we know a little bit more, and so what I think we would need to do when we get ready to sit down and put together a program for T-SPLOST 3, I think we would have to be more conservative in our expectations.
Okay, and so this is not necessarily a question, it's a statement. I just would ask going forward, when we went through the pavement index proposal, supposedly every pavement was assigned a index number, and anything that was I think 5 or 6 or above was eligible to be paved. I like the concept, but I don't like how we effectuated the paving. And so I would just ask going forward that we not go and pave certain streets and certain subdivisions, because to me, it just didn't make sense. Like, you go in the middle of a subdivision and pave one street. By the time you come back and try to pave the other streets, that one street still has the wear and tear and still needs to be repaved. So I'm not really sure where that recommendation and why that even was put into play. But we do need to go back and look at these subdivisions that weren't completed. And I would ask that we put a policy in place or SOP in place that will prohibit that going forward. And if we need to do something to codify that going forward.
Could you try again?
That's Siri, I'm not talking to you. Let me turn my phone on vibrate. All right. So if we have to do something going forward to codify that, so that, city managers don't stay around forever. But the other thing is that we've had, turnover, and we don't have the same staff, and everybody comes in with different theory, but we need a consistent theory so we won't run into those issues going forward. But thank you for your proposal, and I'll go back and look at it, and I'll talk to you offline.
Sure.
Thank you.
So the paving conditioning index, there's an art and a science. The science is this street, this time, at this, which when you're dealing with engineers, they're going to look specifically at the science. My job is to look at the science and the art. And it doesn't make sense, especially to the resident, that you come into a subdivision and you pave one street and then you leave. The other thing is the disruption of paving, the equipment, all of the things, in my view, you do the whole subdivision. That whole subdivision will be due 8 years from now to be done again, instead of doing a piece, leaving, coming back, doing another piece, and then you just keep that cycle going. It just makes more sense to do it in totality. Even though the science may say, it's half a point below the street next door, to me, it's just common sense. Is that it?
Councilwoman? You done? Okay. Councilman Sebastian?
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. I think you may have touched on this. The T-SPLOST are not our only source of funding,
Right.
correct? Could you maybe just briefly talk about some of the other sources we have and how we have been using them?
Sure. So we benefit greatly from grant funding. ARC is a great partner. A lot of our federal funding flows through the ARC. Other federal funding flows through GDOT. We benefit from LMIG funding and LRA funding, which is funding that comes from the state for road resurfacing. And there'll be a whole other conversation about that funding. We did take it into consideration as well. And we also do capital improvement programs, CIP, from general fund. General fund is people's taxes. It's our least favorite method of funding because it has so many other demands that are not able to be funded, in a different way. I'm also very conservatively planning for the future. You'll hear a lot about me talking about planning for the future. At some point, we have very little debt as a community right now, but as we encounter our big CIP projects, we will have to start to, pay a mortgage. We can't live in our basement in our parents' basement forever. And so when that happens, there will be some demands, extra demands on general fund. But we do have several funding sources.
By the way, this is a pretty nice basement here. Okay. So thank you all for improving it. We do have, I know we have a list of what I would call hotspots or troublesome intersections in the city. Was that taken into consideration during this proposal? Because I see a few of them on the list, but I know I don't know them all.
So I'll defer to Mark if you want to speak to that. I know that every single project was looked at, and you can see we moved very little. We tried to minimize it, and we did it based on timing. But do you want to speak to that?
While it comes, because at the end of the day, yes, it's nice to have the traffic flow better, but the priority has to be keeping our citizens and our employees, especially our police and
Right, and what we did,
fire who are on the street safe.
I'm sorry, Councilman.
Yes, go ahead.
And what we did is we looked at the T-SPLOST 1 and 2 projects. That's what we looked at. If those hotspots were part of that, then we definitely tried to look at those as a priority. However, it was just those T-SPLOST 1 and 2 projects. So if it wasn't in that T-SPLOST, we didn't put anything in it. We just had to go with what was approved with previously from council.
Okay.
Okay.
Thanks. Those are all the questions I have.
Okay, that's it.
All right,
Ms.
thank you so
Lynn.
much for listening.
Mr. Clerk, our next item.
And the last item on tonight's agenda, work session agenda, is the Sizemore Group Urban Design Project presentation. And I believe Assistant City Manager Davis.
Good evening, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, Council, Carmen Davis, Assistant City Manager. I want to take the opportunity to introduce your next presentation, which will be given by the Sizemore Group, Deanna Murphy, who's the Managing Project Manager and Lead Designer of Sizemore Group. This presentation is lengthy. However, I did provide each one of you a copy of the presentation. Given the time, I know that we need to move forward because we have more business to handle today. So we'll attempt to keep the presentation short as possible and make it high level. There's rich information in your packet to show data and information which drives the design concepts that you'll see in this presentation. And then further down the line, we'll have additional conversations with you by way of a report and recommendation, which will also be driven by another community meeting before your recommendation. And so we will propose a date for that. So with no further ado, I will yield over to Ms. Deanna to present the project.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. We're very excited to be able to present to you our where we are at on the design services projects. Tonight, what I'd like to talk to you about is our overall project scope, just a reminder of what we're looking to do, an overview of the stakeholder engagements, a very brief overview on market analysis, and then we'll spend some time on the concepts. We'll talk a little bit about next steps in terms of what we're going to provide you. The team that has been working on this project includes Sizemore Group. We have including Pulkit, who's here with us tonight. And then we have several partners. We've got Noel Consulting doing market analysis and assessment. We have Atlas doing the transportation and civil. analysis and recommendations. And then Sycamore has been a great partner for us on the community engagement. Our overall project scope is to look at 3 areas within the city. These areas were identified in the Economic Development Strategy document. So we are looking at Old National District, we're looking at South Fulton Parkway and Cedar Grove Road, and then we're also looking at the Red Oak District. And the intent is to help identify development opportunities for each of these areas and the steps forward to start implementing new redevelopment. We've started by looking at existing studies, existing efforts going on in the community. And that is part of that task 1, that existing conditions assessment, looking at what's going on in the land and in the areas today. We have, with our partners at Noel Consulting, developed a market feasibility study, which also will include an assessment of the recommendations and how we can phase those out. Our outreach strategy has included 5 public meetings, as well as online engagements. Our redevelopment plan is really about getting into the redevelopment strategies for each site. So identifying how and where and what types of development we'll be providing placemaking recommendations as well as renderings for that site. And then our implementation plan is what we are in the process of, and that includes the phasing strategy, includes the key next steps to start redevelopment in these areas. So for the Old National District, we looked at 4 different sites, including Old National Commons on the north side, Old National Park, the property across from the Crestwood Center, which we're calling the Crestwood adjacent site, and then Tri-County Station. So really the study area went from roughly Jerome Road all the way down to 138. The South Fulton Parkway, Cedar Grove area, we looked at where Cedar Grove Village is proposed. We looked at the property across the street, the villages, or the village shops. We also looked at some opportunities for traffic circles or traffic calming, and then at a vacant site, which is number 4, which is some infill opportunity. For the Red Oak District, we looked at the plazas that line Roosevelt Highway, including Lee Plaza. We looked at infill adjacent to that, just south of Spring Street. We looked at kind of welcoming placemaking opportunities in terms of roundabouts, specifically at Buffington and Roosevelt. And then we also looked at infill opportunities on the north side of Spring Street, which would enter off of Washington Road. Our overall goals for this study were really to make sure that we're building a consensus for unified visions for each of these areas, to engage the community throughout the process, create a plan that is implementable, and provide you next steps for that implementation. Our stakeholder engagement sessions included doing a bus tour of these areas, doing briefings with you all, a series of stakeholder interviews. We've done online engagement. We've engaged the community in design workshops as well as other interactive events. And those are listed out here on this next slide. Our first series, which was really about data gathering and starting to understand what people want and need in their community, that was during the month of October. We did 3 different sessions, 1 in each district, or 1 in each study area. And then we had a community design workshop in November. And as we've been kind of working through the recommendations, we're looking forward to our next community meeting, which we have tentatively scheduled for May 15th. A quick overview of the market. I won't get into the details here. There will be a full market study associated with this report. But we just wanted to let you know with this slide that we have been working closely with understanding what that demand data is so that our plans reflect truly a feasible plan. So now I'll show you all the concepts, starting with the Old National District. As mentioned, there's 3 areas, and we'll start, I believe, on the north end. But first I'll tell you the goals. The goals for the Old National District from our engagement with the community and from you had to do with making sure that we were putting in better pedestrian and bicycle infrastructure, that we were expanding green space and recreational opportunities in the district, beautification throughout that district, specifically streetscape beautification, which the city has opportunities to influence, supporting a balance of retail and residential growth throughout the corridor, fostering a safe and vibrant community, and developing a clear implementation plan. We did also look at and met with the city manager and assistant city manager and team to understand what other initiatives are happening by the city. We wanted to make sure this wasn't done in a silo. So what properties that the city has purchased for future use, what new developments are coming, what's permitted. We did go through a series of rounds to make sure we had all that and understood it to help influence our plan. So starting at the top, our first concept for Old National is on Old National Commons. And as a reminder, Sherwood Manor development is happening right adjacent to it, single-family residential. The overall concept for this is really about infill on the existing parking. There's a large parking lot, it's somewhat underutilized, so we looked at creating where between the purple and the closest on the bottom of the screen, the orange down there, that's become our pedestrian-focused street, where we're looking at retail on both sides of that or some type of commercial. That pedestrian street then leads into a green space adjacent to it. We are looking at a bit of a parking expansion so that we can make sure that it's feasible to build these buildings on that lot. And overall, just trying to create more of a walkable destination, access to transit as well along that corridor. And that's how this plan looks more from an aerial view. You can see that pedestrian-only street is right in between those two buildings on the south side, or the two strips of buildings. For Old National Park, our proposal is really about expanding Old National Park itself. It's a great facility, has a lot of potential even for competitive leagues. So looking at expansion of that park, whether that's more fields or more play area, but something that really helps meet the community needs there. Also looking at a recreation center or some type of community center. Maybe it could even be associated with some competitive sports on that site. We did ensure that there's enough parking for that type of a facility. Along Old National, we are looking at a mixed-use infill, so that would include commercial on the bottom floor with residential above. And then really the south side of the site is about creating a true community village. A variety of housing typologies in those yellow blocks, creating a lot of pathways and trails to create exercise and activity, and then including that kind of green strip that goes through that the yellow housing area that creates more park space, more opportunities for connection and engagement. And that's that concept drawn out in an aerial plan. Our next site is the Crestwood adjacent site. So right across the street on the right of the screen is the Crestwood Event Center, and the property across from that is ripe for redevelopment, just south of Old National Market. And for this site, we are looking at, again, putting some more retail up against Old National Highway, continuing that flow of interest and access into that type of use. That would be similar to what we just saw at Old National Park. That would be retail or commercial on the bottom floor with housing above. And then the back of the site turns into an opportunity for a mix of housing typologies, some green space with water retention that could connect to the stream where there's potential trail access there. And then, of course, connecting that green space north to Old National Market. And this is that concept in aerial view. The Tri-County Station is our fourth and final site for Old National District. A lot of redevelopment and opportunity going on in this area. The city investing in the police facility down there, new townhome development just north of it being proposed. So really kind of building from that synergy and revitalizing County Plaza into more of a mixed use and retail Main Street district. And so what you will see on this map is we're preserving the existing anchor store, which used to be a grocer, opportunity to bring a grocer back, or another type of use that needs that large anchor. Retail along more of a Main Street type entrance into the facility, preservation of some of that retail that's already existing there. And then to the right of that area has a high topography, and so looking at that as an area for green space, maybe even agricultural uses, to help mimic a lot of the uses and history of the area. And then right of that, there is an existing church. We commonly see churches looking for opportunities to redevelop some of their underutilized land into housing opportunities. So looking at how that church could benefit from that opportunity and infill with housing there. And this is that plan in an aerial image. Moving on to South Fulton Parkway, we looked, as I mentioned, at the villages, the Cedar Grove Village, as well as the infill opportunity there noted in number 2. Our main goals for South Fulton Parkway were to maintain the agricultural and rural character in the district, develop a market village center while we preserve much of the green space, looking at the opportunity to create a place for people to be, and developing mixed-use trails, bike, ped, and cart paths, and really connecting that community to this higher density area. And last but not least, creating family entertainment and more commercial options in the district. Again, we looked at opportunities for what the city owns in the area, new developments coming online. And so our overall diagram here shows on the north side of this map, we are looking at just the front of the Cedar Grove Village. We knew that is a underway plan. A lot of that back end is residential, so we looked at what is fronting Cedar Grove Road and the opportunity to create something that connects better to the retail that's across the street. So you can see there, those orange boxes are mostly retail, some office, commercial spaces, in some areas with residential above. On the bottom of your screen, that's that infill area. It's a lot of topography in that area, but we see an opportunity there maybe for an age-restricted housing complex, and that could connect well to the new retail just down the street with new pathways, an opportunity for nice green space integration within that. This is those concepts in plan view. You can see some of the pops of color on the north side of that are really about creating outdoor recreation, engagement plaza type space, whether that's a pickleball court or a nice plaza to engage. Moving to the Red Oak District, we looked at essentially 2 sites, south of Spring Road and north of Spring Road. Our overall goals were to capitalize on the strong identity in the area, promote branding as an arts village, enhance mobility and connectivity, celebrate the local history and heritage of the area, implement placemaking and beautification, promote community engagement across the generations, and encourage mixed-use redevelopment and quality retrofits. Again, we looked at what city-owned properties are in the area, how can we build from that and capitalize on that, as well as any future development. And the overall concepts for this, really starting on the bottom left of your screen, that's Lee Plaza. We looked at an opportunity to redevelop that site, keeping an anchor store for potential grocer in the area, and bringing some of that retail up to the street. We're showing a roundabout at Roosevelt and Buffington. That gives us the opportunity to connect up to Campbell road more seamlessly, and then really create a nice gateway impact for the area. With a little, across the street from that, we have that little green space on the roundabout, great opportunity for some train watching, maybe some dining that sits on that plaza. Surrounding those main corridors of commercial would be infill residential. Moving to Spring Street, the opportunity to leverage the community center that is being built by the city, the fire station, the historic fire station there, and really create more of that arts district, opportunity to have live work, art studios, gallery shows in some of these spaces, and really just continue to lean into that. On the north side of the map, accessible from Washington, but also from Spring Street, we're showing infill residential opportunities there to preserve a lot of green space and really create more compact development. And then along Washington Road, having some retail with housing above. And this is the south of Spring Street site. And then the north of Spring site. So moving on to next steps, we, as I mentioned, are working very closely with the market team to make sure that we're phasing this out appropriately. We're looking at a 15 to 20 year timeline to do all of this redevelopment. We think there's some opportunities that will move a little quicker, specifically on Cedar Grove and South Fulton Parkway, where the Cedar Villages is coming in. That will likely come online in the next couple years. Beyond that, there's opportunities. Crestwood has an opportunity to move fairly quickly. Tri-County Station, we think, is in a great area for the market demand. And you can see that kind of continues on bit by bit to start building these areas. What we'll be providing in our reports and in the next what you'll see in the next series of presentations for our community meeting and back with you all is design guidelines for each of these areas that can be incorporated into the zoning, a pattern book, an overall implementation plan. As mentioned, we'll have that community meeting on May 15th to get some final feedback from the community before we wrap that report up and then come back to you all for adoption. Just kind of showing you what we mean by some of these. This is what the design guidelines would look like. It will provide some visuals and then the associated setbacks and other clauses. A pattern book. This is actually one we're working on for South Fulton Parkway right now. It comes from a lot of the visual preference work we did with the community in terms of styles and materials. And then our implementation sample, this actually, we've been working with our engineering team at Atlas to actually spell out what are some of the public investments that need to happen in the area, roughly what might those cost, and then what are the key next steps, everything from surveying the site to any EPA regulations and really getting that outlined for y'all for quick access. And I'm here for any questions, and thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Let's see, in the queue, it looks like I'm in the queue first, and I'll make this very brief. On page 32 and 33, when you were going over Tri-County Plaza, I see some renderings. The first thing is you have proposed, you have it listed as proposed, like proposed townhomes, proposed police precinct. A lot of these things are approved, so
Sure.
they're no longer proposed.
Okay, that's a good point.
Then here, where you have a preserve green community garden, there is an approved mixed-use apartment development project. So, I'll definitely convey that through Ms. Davis so that you have updated information. Then you have a farmer's market that is like a nice idea. However, I think some of the picture is off on what the shopping plaza actually looks like, because where you're talking about a farmer's market is actually the parking lot
Yes.
of a new salon. And that's their property. So, just wanted to point out those two things. And with that, I yield. And, Councilwoman Willis?
Thank you for recognizing me. This is going to be very short. I just want to thank you for the amazing job that you've done, and thank you for staff for, giving us an opportunity to work with the community to bring this fruition. The great thing about these plans that will, that is laid out for the next 20 years, that this was done with the community in heart and mind and participation. And we had pretty good community input as well. And so this is what was not given to us when we created the city and took it over 8 years ago. We were not given any plans. There was no vision and foresight put in place for this area. All of the vision and foresight was at the level of Atlanta Regional Commission through DRIs, and it was not any of this. And so this is what was needed, and these plans are going to outlast our tenure here on this council, and that's what is supposed to happen. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you.
Okay, no more speakers in the queue. Going once, going twice. Okay, thank you so much again for your presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Clerk?
That completes the items on tonight's work session agenda.
Okay, at this time, I will entertain a motion. Mr. Clerk?
I move that we go into executive session for real estate personnel, litigation, and cybersecurity. Oh, we in zoning now?
Yes, ma'am. Zoning was at 5 o'clock, and it is 6:11.
I am so sorry.
It's okay.
I will withdraw my motion if you will allow.
I do.
I move to withdraw my motion and go into public hearing for zoning at this time. Oh, just adjourn? Okay, I want to adjourn work session at this time.
Properly moved with a second. Can we take this vote in the queue?
Yes. I'm so sorry. I'm just, yeah.
That motion was approved, 5-0. We are adjourned at 6:12 p.m.
Okay. Does anyone need a break? 5-minute break to go to the restroom or something like that? Okay, so we only have one case.
Okay.
Right? So it just looks long, but if you'd like to, okay, let's push through. So, good evening, everyone who is joining us for our April 22nd alcohol license and zoning public hearings. Mr. Clerk, if you would call the roll.
This is the roll call for tonight's meeting. The Honorable Catherine F. Ryle, District 1.
Present.
The Honorable Carmelita Gums, District 2.
Present.
The Honorable Helen Z. Willis, District 3.
Present.
The Honorable J.C. Sebastian, District 4.
Present.
The Honorable Keosha Bell, District 5. The Honorable Natasha Williams Brown, District 6. The Honorable Linda McCare Pritchett, District 7.
Here.
And the Honorable Mayor Khalid is absent. Madam Mayor Pro Tem, you do have a quorum.
Thank you very much. If the council members will switch over from leaving out one meeting to the other for us to get started. And Mr. Clerk, the first item.
First item on tonight's agenda, alcohol license rezoning, variance, and modification cases for presentation and public hearing only. The first case is case Z24-029/CV24-011. This is a public hearing and application by Chip T. Atlanta Buffington LLC, care of Morris, Manning, and Martin LLP, requesting a rezoning from O&I to M1 to develop 80,000 square feet of light industrial space at 3600 Buffington Center Place. The applicant also requests a concurrent variance from section 405.01 to reduce the buffer from 100 feet to 50 feet. This is located in Council District 5. Public hearing was deferred from January 14th and February 25th council meetings. Staff recommendations approval conditional. Planning Commission recommendations denial. Staff?
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Reggie, thank you. Reggie McClendon, Managing Director of Community Development and Regulatory Affairs. We do have one case that is ripe for public hearing today. It is Z24-029, 3600 Buffington Center Place. As the clerk read, staff's recommendation is approval conditional. Planning Commission recommendation is denial.
Okay, Mr. Clerk, at this time, how many comments do you have for and against?
We have one, the applicant is present to present the case in support, of course, and he has a presentation, and we have received 4 cards in opposition.
Okay, if the applicant would come forward, as you know, you have 10 minutes to present, and you do not have to use the whole 10 minutes. You can reserve some of that time for rebuttal.
Thank you. Good evening, council members. My name is Henry Bailey, counsel for the applicant at 3343 Peachtree Road, Northeast, Morris, Manning, and Martin. As Mr. McClendon stated, and the clerk also stated, this is a request to rezone the property located at 3600 Buffington Center Place. And just to be clear, the requested concurrent variance is no longer being requested. That was resolved very early on in this process at staff level before Planning Commission. So again, this request does not include a concurrent variance for the reduction of the buffer. Does this work, Mr. Clerk?
Mr. Dowland? Let me stop this.
Hold on. All right, it's working. Yep. So the property, again, is located at 3600 Buffington Center Place, which is not far from the intersection of Buffington Road. Just a little bit of by way of background on this property. The property is currently zoned OI. The future land use map for this property is industrial. The property was formerly zoned industrial at one point and was rezoned to O&I to accommodate a development that was not able to gain any traction. And so the nature of this request tonight is to rezone the property back to what it was originally zoned, which is in conformity with the future land use plan. And so just one note on Planning Commission. When we went to Planning Commission back in January, there actually were not many, if any at all, and you could check the minutes to confirm this, negative comments about this project. The one thing that did stand out, and the minutes will also confirm this, was a bit of commentary from one of the planning commissioners that I believe no longer on the Planning Commission now, about this project that had literally nothing to do with the zoning. Literally nothing to do with the zoning. So I just want to make sure that's clear and put that out in the record. This is a closer view of the site. Again, located off of Buffington Road, but on Buffington Center Place, you can see it highlighted in red, where it's adjacent to other industrial properties that's located in the city of College Park as opposed to the city of South Fulton. And going forward, but while I'm here, I'll just say this. The loan access for this property is on Buffington Center Place Road. You can see the red line on the site that is Buffington Center Place. That has a connection with Buffington Road, which is now being redeveloped by GDOT, I believe. And so to go back to what the current zoning is, the property is zone OI. It is located next to other industrial properties all along Buffington Center Place that are located in the city of South Fulton. And then adjacent to the west are industrially zoned properties that are located in the city of College Park that have industrial development on them currently, except for the smaller piece that's located immediately adjacent to the north and west, if you will. Again, the future land use map shows that the property is already currently designated as industrial, which means our request to rezone it to light industrial is in compliance with the future land use map, and no such request has been made to change the future land use map. And here's the proposed site plan. So we're talking about roughly an 80,000 square foot industrial warehouse facility, which in relative terms to other projects in and around the area, recently approved in the area, this is a relatively small site. All access being located off of Buffington Center Place, as shown on the plan, and with extreme and increased buffering, vegetative buffering over and above what is required. And on the next slide, you'll see what I mean by that. So a lot of the trees that you'll see that we're planning to install along Gwendolyn will be further buffered and further bolstered by the existing vegetation that's in that area, in addition to the applicant agreeing to install a privacy fence in that area to further screen and further provide buffering from the properties that are located across Gwendolyn Drive to the north. And to the east of the plan, you'll see significant vegetative buffering there as well. And again, to the west of the building, those properties are zoned industrial with industrial buildings. But even with that, there's extensive landscaping being provided in that area as well. So this is what the property looks like on Gwendolyn Drive going east. So the existing trees that you see along Gwendolyn will remain as the existing vegetative buffers. And we will add additional buffering and additional fencing to the area to increase the screening on that site to ensure that any negative impacts are ameliorated or reduced to the extent possible. And this is the same location, but instead going west. And so just for a little bit of a timeline standpoint, and to reiterate my initial comments, this property was zoned M1A in Fulton County before the city of South Fulton became a charter city. It was then rezoned to OI for commercial development that did not take place. And my client then brought the property and wanted to go ahead and develop the property and asked for a zoning verification letter. And there was some discrepancy about whether the property was actually zoned O&I or whether the property was zoned M1. And so through that discrepancy, we discovered that the property was zoned O&I, and in order for us to proceed with the proposed development, we would need to rezone the property back to M1, which is why we're standing before you today. And as a part of this process, as you all know, we send out letters to every resident within a mile of the property. And we hosted a public participation meeting back December 4th of 2024. And that report is in your packet, I would hope. And so from there, again, we are simply asking to rezone the property back to what it was originally zoned as light industrial, which is consistent with the future land use plan for the area. And so even though we're not required to do any traffic studies or trip generation reports, we went ahead and did a trip generation report on this site to ensure that any questions about traffic, any questions about increased truck traffic in this area could be answered. And what we found, or what the engineers found, was that the building is expected to generate only 33 morning peak hour trips, and that includes 2 trucks and 31 automobiles. In the evening, that's 36 peak hour trips. That includes 2 trucks and 34 automobiles. And so that is a relatively light increase in traffic over and above what you might find in a larger warehouse facility located in other areas of the city. Now, one other point on this is typically we're not able to discuss or we're not able to talk about potential tenants for this site, but for these industrial sites. But in this situation, fortunately, we have had conversations with the potential tenant and have identified a potential tenant that would be along the lines of the type of user that would have very small box trucks as opposed to 18-wheelers. And so that fact alone, I think, is very helpful to even further highlight the fact that the traffic counts, the trip generation report that we've engaged in V5 to do, further bolstered by the fact that the type of tenant that would be in this small facility wouldn't even be using 18-wheelers. So with that, I'll reserve the rest of my time for any comments or any rebuttal from opposition. Thank you. How much time do I have left? Thank you.
Those who are in opposition?
Yes, we did receive 4 cards, Mr. Michael Venable, Alvin Reynolds, someone with the name Tyler, as well as Charles Richards. I'm sorry, Charles Richards isn't for this case. With those 3 people, if you would like to provide public comment, please approach the microphone this time.
I would like to remind you that you have a total of 10 minutes amongst you all, so you can be cognizant of that.
It's Michael Venable, 5720 Montelli Circle. We're opposed to this rezoning because if you will go to the entrance of this development, the marker sign specifically says it's the Buffington Place Business Park. It has totally been developed as an office institutional corridor. The property that they're trying to rezone is at the very dead end of this road. So what we're saying is that we're going to go by all the O&I properties throughout that entire corridor, and at the end, we're going to put an industrial location there. That is just unfair, and it just degrades the meaning and the character of having a business park. If you will look at around the surrounding streets, there are residents there. We talked to Gwendolyn and all of those. If you will go back and look at real estate, there are active listings for selling. Nobody's probably even told these people that, yeah, okay, you're going to be right next to a warehouse. And I just think that is just greatly disingenuous to what we're supposed to be backing up as a city and backing up our residents. It was listed by the marker as a business park. Why would we want to put a warehouse in a business park? This is just does not follow of what we try to say that we're trying to do in this city on the rise. And I just think that that would not be appropriate for the businesses that are already there and for the surrounding residents, that you would put warehouses right beside residential homes.
Good evening, Alvin Reynolds, 585 Kings Place. I reside in Riverdale, Georgia. This is in District 7. But let me just say about this particular development here, I understand they removed the zoning, not the zoning, but the variance, which was a concern. I'm glad to see that that got worked out. But as we seem to approach here in the city of South Fulton, more and more warehouses, it seemed like we've been playing musical zoning for development. So we O&I, that didn't work. So I buy this property, we want to zone it commercial, limited commercial or industrial, to fit what the developer wants. At some point, I would think that this city has to come to grips with what they want, what they need to see in certain areas and so forth. Industrial development right here in the back door of a community is a grave concern. We talk about traffic studies. This is in the beginning. We don't know what type of tenant is going to be in this facility, but let's just move forward with this. What if business start to take off? And then we start looking at increased traffic, increased trucking. We're talking about a year, 2, 3 down the line. We have to start to take in account of our future and what that's going to look like. instead of just looking at it for right now. So we have to be careful when we start to rezone these areas, especially when we're close proximity to residential areas. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other comments that you have? Oh, no other speakers in opposition?
There's someone named Tyler.
This is not my case.
Not your case, okay? That completes.
Okay, would you like to use the remainder of your time for rebuttal?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you all for having me. And Mr. Venables, Mr. Reynolds, as always, I appreciate your comments. Just to Mr. Venables' initial point about this being a quote-unquote business park, it very well may be a business park with that sort of sign there, but all those properties located along Buffington Center Place are zoned industrial. And that's just the fact of the matter. They're all zoned industrial. The future land use map designates them as industrial. The subject property that's at the crux of this case has a future land use map designation of industrial and was once zoned industrial, and now we're asking for it to be rezoned back to industrial. And as it pertains to Mr. Reynolds' comments, I think one of the biggest things that that's notable here is that, and this is a reiteration of the same thing I just said a few moments ago, the property has a future land use map designation of industrial. So when it comes to what the city wants for this particular area, city has spoken and said industrial is what the future of this property should be. And so we're just trying to make sure that the zoning of that is aligned in that way. And to the extent that there's any negative impacts to the residents in that immediate area, because we acknowledge the fact that there are residential homes or residentially zoned properties nearby, which is why we've increased the buffering, added the additional screening for the fence, and made sure that any of those negative impacts would be ameliorated to the extent possible. Again, with the proposed tenant that would go into that space, or the type of tenant that would go into that space, the type of trucking that you would have on this site would not be anywhere akin to the type of trucking that you would find at any other larger industrial facility. So again, I respect Mr. Venables and Mr. Reynolds' comments, as I always do, but I would just submit the answers that I just gave you as a response to that. So, thank you. Happy to take any questions you all might have.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, I will close this public hearing and take any questions that council members have in the queue.
I have a question.
Okay, and as customary, we will lead with the council member of the district representative.
Thank you, MPT. These questions are for Director McClendon, please. And thank you all for the presentation and the residents speaking today. This is for you, Reginald McClendon, Director McClendon. I had a question regarding, I know the current is OI. Can you give me a little bit of history as far as the initial rezoning, then it becoming rezoned to OI, and then?
Sure. It looks like, according to our staff report, the property was zoned back in, it had a zoning case from the year 2015 and a zoning case from the year 2016. So that, of course, would have been just prior to the city of South Fulton becoming incorporated. Those would have been Fulton County cases. And those cases rezoned the property from an industrial zoning district to the office and industrial zoning district for a specific project. And as the applicant's attorney said, that project was never built.
Okay. And can you provide information on how this rezoning will align with our future land use and comprehensive plan?
Yeah, currently under our 2021 comprehensive plan, the future land use designation for this property is industrial. And I believe it was also industrial under Fulton County's comprehensive plan as well. So we adopted that future land use from Fulton County. We kept it the same when we passed our land use plan and comprehensive plan in 2021.
Okay, and I know we mentioned about a traffic analysis or traffic trip generation. It seems that this proposed development is on a dead-end road or some type of...
I believe that is correct.
And how does this rezoning in this particular property affect other surrounding businesses that are located off of Buffington Place?
Well, generally, I believe most of the uses off of Buffington Place are industrial uses, or office. I think it's a business park, but they are industrially zoned, so that those are the uses. It does, industrial uses are generally going to be your, one of your lowest, if not your lowest traffic generator, when you are looking at least how traffic planners come up with their calculations. And so I would think that this would not affect those businesses negatively.
Okay, and so just to confirm, the businesses that are within this business park, though we have the name of business park, the existing businesses are industrial, is that correct, M1?
That is correct.
Okay. And for the applicant, I have a question for you. I know you have had a public participation meeting, is that correct? Or
Yes,
what
ma'am,
type of
December
outreach?
4th, 2024.
Okay, what was the feedback regarding, or from that public participation from residents?
Sure. So generally, the feedback was about the actual buffering of the use from the existing residential. Well, let me just back up and say this. There was no overwhelmingly negative feedback in this meeting, but the feedback that we did get was about making sure that there was enough buffering located around the perimeter of the property where it abuts residential such that they would not be impacted. The second thing that we got out of that was the need and want to understand what the traffic impacts would be, which is why we went ahead and engaged a civil engineer to do the trip generation report, which I presented before you today.
Okay. And last question for you, as far as the distance, I'm very familiar with Buffington Road, I'm very familiar with the current construction and improvements. And I understand that Buffington Place is it's a side road, it's a
Yes.
road off of that.
Yes,
But
ma'am.
my concerns would be the distance from your proposed project versus the distance from my residents and subdivisions. Do you have a approximation on how far that may be?
Well, I can tell you that, so from Buffington Center Place to Buffington Road, you would not encounter any residences at all, I believe. I can confirm that. But across Gwendolyn Drive, there are residentially zoned properties. So as I showed you on the, am I able to pull back up this? If not, don't worry about it. As I was able to show you on the presentation, there are residentially zoned properties across Gwendolyn Drive, across this road here, which is where we're proposing to add the additional screening and the additional buffering.
Okay, thank you for that information. And then going back to the public participation, because my focus is making sure that we fully engage our residents, especially that will be impacted or could potentially be impacted by any type of proposed developments, would be how many people participated, how many letters were mailed out?
From a letter standpoint, there were nearly 1,000 letters mailed out, simply because of the radius that you have to send these letters to. And I want to say a mile radius from that property, I want to say ended up being like 800 to 900 letters that went out.
Okay.
And ironically enough, only 7 or 8, maybe 10 people at the most showed up to the meeting.
And was this one public participation meeting, or have you had two, or?
That was the one. We held it on Zoom, December 4th, 2024. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Has there been any efforts of having a meeting in person? As, you know, we have some challenges with internet access, technology.
Sure, we
Technology.
have not had any additional meetings since the December 4th meeting.
Okay. That's all the questions I have.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, there's no other names in the queue. Does anyone have any additional questions? Okay, with that being said, thank you, and Mr. Clerk, next item, please.
Thank y'all. As always, great to see y'all.
Thank you as well.
Yep.
Councilwoman Willis, can you please release? Thank you.
Yes, Madam Mayor Pro Tem and members of council, the next item on the agenda, which is listed May 13, 2025 and May 27, 2025 zoning calendars for organization scheduling only. The mayor, who's not here, had initially intended to present the number of cases remaining in May and discuss the allocation of the cases between the May 13th meeting and the May 27th meeting. But I believe Director McClendon sent an email, I believe, to you all saying that they had already advertised the distribution of meetings between the two. So in essence, this item is null and void for tonight. But I'll let Mr. McClendon or Ms. Subadan speak to their agreements with my understanding.
Mr. McClendon?
Thank you. So at the last meeting, I kind of warned you all that the first meeting in May would be a long one as far as public hearings go. We've since gone back and looked at that, and I do not believe that's going to be the case. We distributed those. We had a lot of public hearings in the month in our planning commission meeting this month. But when we advertised them, we did split them between that first meeting in May and that second meeting in May. And so once we take into account cases that were deferred and cases that we believe are going to be withdrawn, I think at the first meeting of May, we will have possibly 5 public hearings, and then maybe 1 or 2 at that second meeting. So I think as far as being able to get all of that done during our allotted time, we shouldn't really have an issue with that.
Thank you, Mr. McClendon. Does anyone have any questions for Mr. McClendon? Is anyone in the queue? Okay, Councilwoman Willis.
I'm just confused because at the planning commission meeting last week, residents are here and they were assuming that the case was going to come before the council, because that's typically what happened when a case goes to a planning commission, then the case goes to the next city council meeting. And so it looks like this case is going to be heard at the next council meeting. And is that, that's what I'm confused about. How did that come about?
Yeah, we're following our typical schedule. The cases that go for one at a planning commission meeting during 1 month will go to the city council public hearing the next month. I think these residents got confused because the case they're here to speak on was advertised to be on tonight's hearing for this discussion about the distribution of cases. But when we advertise those cases and when we announce them at the planning commission and at other times, such as on the website, we did say that next public hearing in front of city council would be in the month of May.
Ms. Subadan, can, after we adjourn, is it possible, can you direct Director McClendon to speak to the residents that are here with the assumption that this case was going to be heard tonight? Because I was under the assumption the same way, so I'm confused just like they were. But a lot of them are here to hear the case, and they've been going through a lot with this particular development. Thank you.
Sure. I think we're going to break, during the break, if you can talk to the residents and make sure they know when it's going to be coming.
Will do.
Thank you.
Our zoning administrator, Mr. Williams, will certainly speak with them.
Okay, do we have, do you yield, Councilwoman Willis? You done? Okay, do we have any additional questions? Nope. Okay, thank you, Mr. McClendon. And at this time, I will entertain a motion.
I move to adjourn the alcohol and zoning public hearing.
Properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Okay, we are adjourned. Oh, I'm so sorry. We can take this vote with the show of hands.
For that motion approved unanimously, 7-0, we adjourned at 6:43 p.m.
Thank you.
to the 7 o'clock meeting for the City of South Fulton. You are joining us live here in our beautiful new, still kind of new council chambers here at 5440 Fulton Industrial Boulevard, 30336. We'll be here till about 9, so come out and join us, or you can watch online always at youtube.com/at City of South Fulton. Mr. Clerk, please, well, I think I need to entertain a motion to adjourn executive session.
No, we didn't have.
We didn't go to executive session. Great. All right. Go ahead and sound the roll.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council, and the general public. This is the roll call for the 7 p.m. meeting of the City of South Fulton City Council. The Honorable Catherine F. Rao, District 1. I'm sorry. The Honorable Carmelita Gums, District 2.
Here.
The Honorable Helen Z. Willis, District 3. The Honorable J.C. Sebastian, District 4. Here. The Honorable Keosha B. Bell, District 5.
Present.
The Honorable Natasha Williams Brown, District 6.
Here.
Linda B. Pritchett, District 7.
Here.
Khalid.
Present.
Mr. Mayor, you have a quorum.
All right, please sound the next item.
Next item on tonight's agenda is the invocation and pledge of allegiance. City Chaplain, would you please? Okay.
Thank you. This evening, we come before you again with heavy hearts, having said our final goodbyes to our dear coworker and friend. We thank you for the life he's lived, for the service he gave, and for the ways his presence touched each of us. His absence leaves a space that cannot be filled, yet we honor his memory with gratitude and deep respect. As we return to our duties and responsibilities, we ask for your comfort and strength. Help us to carry forward his legacy with integrity, compassion, and a renewed sense of purpose. May we continue to serve our city with unity and wisdom. Always remember that our time is precious, and may we continue to lead with kindness. May we listen with more intensely and live each day with courage and grace. Continue watching over this city. In your holy name we pray. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Amen.
All right, thank you, Mr. Clerk. Please sound the next item.
Mr. Mayor, the first proclamation presentation honoring Christopher Willers is being postponed, so we will not have that one, but we do have one proclamation. It's a proclamation presentation honoring the outstanding City of South Fulton Student Government Association and Future Business Leaders of America Executive Board members in honor of Georgia Cities Week. This is sponsored by Councilmember Bell and indeed the full council. We have 4 for each school. Yeah, so I don't know which schools are here. I see.
I know we have Langston Hughes, Creekside. Come on up.
All y'all come on up.
Come on up. Come on up. I know y'all not shy.
He said he got, I'm gonna say, can you bring him up? He got a proclamation for the county too. Do you want to accommodate him? Commissioner?
Yeah, after we do ours.
Right here. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Come on up.
I'm sorry.
Come on, Valerie. You got big valedictorian.
Of course.
And salutatorian. And where's Commissioner Aaron?
He's right there.
All right, so thank you all for being here. I am Councilwoman Bell. We want to thank Langston Hughes High School, Creekside. We also invited Hateville Charter, Banneker, Tri-Cities, and I think I'm missing another one, Westlake. But I am super grateful that you all were able to join us this evening, as this is super important for our city. We are celebrating for the very first time our Georgia Cities Week, and so this week is really about highlighting the service not only that the elected officials around you do each and every day, but the wonderful work that each and every one of you are doing in your communities and in your schools. I do want to take this time to commend and recognize our 2025 valedictorian and salutatorian. Raise your hands. They need to see you, the highest GPAs in the school. And they are also 2 recipients of the Bill Gates Scholarship, so they will be moving on in their careers.
So,
Oh.
it's me. Is it okay if I speak? Okay.
He's our valedictorian.
Okay. So it's me and my friend Matthias who are Gates Scholarships recipients as well. Yes.
Yes, and they from Creekside, so yes. So today we just wanted to take this moment and read something super important, and my colleagues. Whereas in celebration of Georgia Cities Week 2025, the City of South Fulton proudly highlights the contributions of civic-minded young leaders whose actions exemplify the values of engagement, leadership, and service to their communities. And whereas the Student Government Association, also known as SGA, and Future Business Leaders of America, FBLA, executive board members of all City of South Fulton high schools have demonstrated exceptional leadership, dedication, and service to the school community by actively representing their peers and striving to create an environment that fosters academic success, personal growth, and civic engagement.
And whereas these student leaders have worked tirelessly to advocate for the needs and interests of their fellow students, serving as liaisons between students, faculty, and administration, and ensuring that the voices of their peers are heard and valued.
And whereas the SGA and FBLA executive board members have engaged in various community service projects, initiatives, and activities designed to promote a positive school culture and have been instrumental in organizing events and programs to support the well-being and development of all students. And whereas
the commitment of the SGA and FBLA executive board members extends beyond their school community as they actively contribute to the City of South Fulton, local, state, and national conversations about education, policy, and the well-being of society, demonstrating a passion for advocacy and civic responsibility that is crucial in shaping the future of our nation. And
whereas their work and efforts have demonstrated a deep understanding of the importance of leadership in advocating for policies that contribute to the quality of life for all individuals, regardless of background, and promoting positive change in their communities and beyond.
And whereas their work and efforts, now therefore be it resolved that the Mayor and City Council of the City of South Fulton recognizes and honors the members of each school's 2025 Student Government Association, SGA, and Future Business Leaders of America, FBLA, executive boards for their outstanding service, leadership, and commitment to advocacy.
Be it finally resolved that in the spirit of Georgia Cities Week, a celebration of leadership and advocacy, we offer our support and gratitude for their tireless efforts and encourage each and every one of you, that's not written, I just added it, to continue using your voices, influence, and leadership skills to build a brighter and more inclusive future for us all. So thank you. This is our instructor.
Good evening, everyone. Marvin Arrington. So glad to be here to celebrate with the city of South Fulton. Thankful that they invited me out so that we can honor these young people. We are so proud of you and all the great things that you have done. But guess what? We expect more great things from you in the future. So thank you for all that you've done and continue to excel and do well. Whereas y'all are the bomb, whereas we're here celebrating y'all, and whereas y'all are going to continue to excel and do good, on behalf of Fulton County, this is City of South Fulton Student Government Association and Future Business Leaders of America Executive Board Members Appreciation Day in Fulton County.
You are SGA president for one school.
Yes.
And I, okay.
Okay.
And then,
Y'all step up closer so y'all can be by.
Yeah.
Let me get on the end. Y'all step in. Y'all go closer.
leader in the city of South Fulton. And so at this time, our essay winner is the one and only Leroy Ellis as our president. So thank you for participating. And this is a gift for you. This was not paid from P cards. You gotta let them know. Got a lot of residents out here. Congratulations.
Number state is an option.
Clark Atlanta.
I know.
Everybody.
Oh, they want a picture? Come on.
Get in the picture.
Jill Arrington.
You like, I'm just here. Oh, holding the bag. Hold the bag up. Okay. Let me get on this side so I can look small. You know, trying to lose.
Everybody's looking right here. 1, 2, 3. Big smiles. 1, 2, 3. Beautiful.
Thank y'all. Yes, congratulations. We ready for y'all. Y'all take my position.
Come on.
Got 2.5 years.
All right, and now we have come to my favorite part of every meeting where we get to hear from all of you. Mr. Clerk, please sound the rules from public comment.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. We have reached the public comment portion of the meeting. We have received a number of speaker cards from citizens wishing to provide public comment. The city does have rules and regulations regarding public comment, which I will read into the record at this point. Any City of South Fulton resident or business owner who wishes to address the mayor and city council and offer public comment on any item on the agenda may do so during the public comment period of the meeting. Any county, state, and federal elected official should be allowed to speak regardless of city of residence. Comments should be limited to 2 minutes per speaker. Public comments should be limited to only those items appearing on the current city council meeting agenda. The person or City of South Fulton business owner desiring to speak should rise, address the city council, and when recognized, state their name, residential or business address, the agenda item they are addressing, and the city council district in which they reside. All remarks should be addressed to the council as a whole and not to any member. To ensure the opportunity for all those desiring to speak before the city council, there is no yielding of time to another speaker. Speakers may not employ obscenities or threats of violence in their comments. Speakers may not use public comments to campaign for political office, either for themselves or on behalf of other candidates for the purposes of limiting political influence on city employees and encouraging orderly and efficient meetings. With those rules read into the record, as I call your name, please approach the center microphone. Center.
1 second, Mr. Clerk. I understand that, and we probably need to reorder these agendas, that we have some walk-on items, and I've been advised by our city attorney that we should approve the walk-on items before public comment in case someone wants to make a comment about them. So I'll entertain a motion to, or you want to just announce what the item is, Madam City Manager? Oh, we have several. Go ahead, Mr. Clerk.
Okay, there we go. Mr. Mayor, members of council, that brings us to Roman numeral 8, adoption of the council agenda. We do have several items that are two walk-on items and then one revision. I will bring your attention to the last item on the agenda, which was listed as first read CDP 25-002. That is a resolution and not an ordinance, so that will be presented for action this evening. Also, you have.
I'm sorry, wait 1 second, sir. Let's make that item C6. All right, what's the next item?
I'll sound the next two items, and then I'll let the city manager provide any additional explanation. The first is a resolution of the mayor and city council of South Fulton, Georgia, for the adoption of the South Fulton housing assessment and for other lawful purposes. And the second walk-on item is a resolution by the city of South Fulton City Council to establish the Elio Armando Garcia III line of duty policy and benefit fund and for other lawful purposes. And I turn it over to the city manager for further.
Well, hold on. Let's make this line of duty fund. It can be item C8. C5 will be the ARC housing assessment, and then, I'm sorry, C7 will be the line of duty fund. All right, go ahead, Madam City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The housing assessment was presented to you several weeks ago in order for us to make any possible, to help close out the grant. It does need to be approved tonight as the closeout is in May. So we apologize that this didn't make it on the regular agenda. The second item, to create a line of duty death benefit fund for those who perish in the line of duty. This is one of those things that we didn't contemplate in establishing a city. And now that we have encountered this this very difficult time, we realized that we had some gaps in our coverage. And so this is the opportunity as a city for us to close those gaps for the spouse and children of Captain Garcia, who died in the last line of duty last week.
Mayor.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
I guess I need to go in there. I would like to, so we won't have to hold Chief Meadows for various obvious reasons and for personal reasons. Can we please move that line of duty benefit up closer, probably right after, council comments? So he would not have to, wait until I move that we move the line of duty benefit right after right after council comments.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Let's take that vote by show of hands. All right. I will also entertain a motion to amend the agenda to approve the agenda as amended.
Motion to approve the agenda as amended.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Let's take that by show of hands, and everyone please make sure that you're in the 7 p.m. meeting in Civic Clerk.
That motion approved unanimously, 7-0.
All right. Mr. Clerk, go ahead and sound that first public comment.
Okay, thanks. So the rules for public comment were read previously. As I call your name, please approach the center microphone, state your name, address, the district you're residing in, and the agenda item which you are referencing. Harry King, Condra McGee, Charles Richards, Judine Hurd, and Sean Griffin. If you are present and wish to provide public comment, please approach the center mic. You have 2 minutes. Please state your name, address, district, and the item on the agenda you're discussing.
Good evening. Okay. It's me again, Condra McGee, proud resident at Old Fairburn Road Southwest, District 2, speaking on case Z24-027. I am back to urge each council member to side with the constituents of both Districts 2 and Districts 3, voting ones at that, and deny this application for rezoning at 3880 Thaxton Road. As you guys may recall, at the last meeting, we were forewarned that our desires are of little or no consequence because the application adheres to the ordinances. And while that may be the case, in approval of this application will indeed set a negative precedence that allows developers and their representatives to blatantly disregard and renege on the promises that they have already set forth before the public, allow them to disrespect the planning commission members who you all have appointed and those who have expressed their concern about what recourse they would have if the developer did not actually comply with the conditions that they based their approval upon, and thereby diminish their input and their power, and also allow developers to do a disservice to the city of South Fulton time and time again, because it would appear that you can say whatever you want to make it through the first step of the process, and then the staff will allow you to do an about face, and the council will not hold you accountable. A vote in the affirmative is not innocuous, but rather insidious, with effects you'll see snowball over time that will affect not only the residents, but also the city as a whole. So I appeal to you, I please deny this application that still excludes conditions that were already agreed to. Please stand up for the city of South Fulton, stand up for the Old Fairburn community residents, stand up for the Planning Commission. Thank you.
Judine Hurd, District 3. My comment relates to the same as Ms. McGee just made a comment. As a 46-year resident of the area, first I would like to say I support Ms. McGee in everything she made. But at one point, the Old Fairburn area was considered an exclusive area, and many of us still consider it exclusive, regardless of whether families have earned or unearned income. To now look at this community as if it's less than exclusive and allow developers to develop and build starter homes is a slap in the face to the people who presently live here. There are many areas in which starter homes would be more appropriate in our city. let's stop saying what it used to be, what the old Fairburn area used to be, rather what it continues to be. And let's insist that our developers develop higher price homes. Let's leave it to developers to find people that they can market to. People can afford the homes, and those homes that are built should be what was originally there. As far as the smaller homes in the community, they just benefited from having the larger, more exclusive homes. But we should not go to a lower price home. Prior to coming, I looked up what a starter home was considered the price point. As of now, it's $300,000. So they're obviously offending the people who live in the old Fairburn area. Please consider that that we go forward in building something better. In the past, people lived in their starter homes 3 to 5 years. They live longer in the homes now. And plenty of people, such as ourselves, and my husband gets upset that I use the term starter home. We actually moved here, and I'm in a smaller home, as our forever home. So therefore, we were here, we were intentionally here, and frankly, we moved here because of the city of because of the old Fairburn area. Please, let's maintain that, the community as it is. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Harry King, District 3, case Zebra 24-027. Greetings from Old Fairburn, Gillette, High Point Trail, Edgewater, Thaxton Point. Greetings, and I'm here to assure everyone that because the room is not full of the people in this community does not mean they are not aware. That's why we have the beauty of the meeting being online. So it's not a vindictive show because everybody from the community that is opposed to this is not here. Please note that. And from the communities that I called out, we adamantly oppose again this developer coming into our community. And I'll be as brief as I can until my time runs out. I don't know if the community is aware of Bedford Estates on Fairburn Road. The community sat down with that developer, and we had a memorandum of understanding, and they built a beautiful community on Fairburn. This is the identical plan that we laid to this developer, no different, no more, no less, and they adamantly refused to even entertain certain upgrades. So we invite the developer of Bedford back into our community and not the developer that's currently there. I don't know if you're aware of that this current developer is proposing a gate, an emergency gate, that's going to enter into High Point Trail, okay? So you guys are going to have the key to the gate when the emergency occurs. That is what the developer has said. Ambulance, fire department, 911, there's going to be a gate. And I constantly say, well, who's going to have the key? The city of South Fulton is going to have the key. Interesting development, interesting, very interesting. So good luck with that, okay? Additionally, all we wanted was just an upgrade for the heated square footage to 2,200 in the community. We weren't asking for a lot. We were also asking for a median, okay? If you go to Bedford State and have the opportunity, you'll see, no, they didn't put a median. They did, in fact, put a beautiful side development right there with the name of the development. And I said, landscaping. They were out there today landscaping.
Yes, sir. So I thank you. You're at your time. If you want to email those comments to the clerk, any more comments that you have, we'll get all of them.
Thank you. Respect.
Mr. Charles Richards, Sean Griffin.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and honorable members of the council. Sorry, I'm tall. We're here to speak on behalf of our client who is here.
Please state your name.
I'm sorry, my name is Charles Richards at 96 Ernest Biles in Jackson, Georgia, representing Ironstone Consulting and Design and our client Sela Properties. In the case Z25-005, which is a rezoning to the mixed MIX zoning classification, which resides within the Old National Overlay District at 7185 Old National Highway. I have with me today, and I apologize, I don't see Director McClendon and his staff here in the room today. We did get over this exhibit. It should address the few minor concerns, in my opinion, that staff had. If you remember from the presentation, I'm just going to start with, I'm going to try to be brief. We intended to request no variances. We intended to fully comply with what we believe we understand the mixed-use development, 61 townhomes, 1,700 square foot of a balance of office and commercial, connecting sidewalks. The exhibit that did not come through in my presentation the other day, I have with me today, and hopefully the directors had a chance to look at. The question was a 50-foot zoning buffer in the rear with a 10-foot improvement setback. That is shown on this exhibit. 20-foot landscape strip along Old National Highway with a 10-foot improvement strip. That is also shown on this exhibit. And of course, the 25-foot zoning buffer on either side, which in this case would be the north and south boundaries, with, again, the additional 10-foot improvement strip interior to that. We have provided that on this drawing. Everything else that was presented is the same. The number of units, all the things that were discussed previously. And so we are hopeful that with that change, council and mayor may feel favorable upon moving this forward and hopefully providing some housing that will serve the citizens of your community. And I don't know how this works, if we're reserving time for questions.
That's your time.
Thank you very much.
The hearing is when we do the questions. There won't be any of that tonight.
And the last speaker is Sean Griffin.
Sean Griffin, 603 Newport Court in Locust Grove, Georgia, representing Sela Properties, the same case that the previous speaker spoke about. And really, the only thing that I have to add is just to reiterate that the concerns that the staff had have been taken care of. So everything is what they've asked for as far as the conditions, and all that was resubmitted to you guys. So you should have a copy of that. So we're just trying to comply with what they need. Thank you.
That completes the cards that I received this evening.
All right, thank you. We will move on to council comments. We will begin with District 1, Dr. Rao.
Thank you. Couple reminders. We currently have the Yesterday, Today, and For Tomorrow exhibit. It's a solo exhibition by Arthur Moore. It runs until May 3rd. It's at the Southwest Art Center. If your schedules permit, stop by and check it out. The Evelyn G. Laurie Library at Cascade is looking for volunteers. The hours are Wednesdays from 12:30 to 3:30 and Saturdays from 12 to 4. Please reach out to Rich Wilkins for more. He is heading up the Friends of the Cascade Library. The Cascade Business Merchants Association and the City of South Fulton is hosting a community cleanup on this Saturday at 10 a.m. at the Cascade Driving Range. As you know, we do this the fourth Saturday of each month. In addition, you have a community trail day that's also occurring beginning at 1 o'clock on this Saturday. And this will be at one of the newer parks right behind on Plummer Road. So if you get a chance, stop by and volunteer. We'll be sprucing up the park and doing gardening. And then we have our Summer Teen Arts Intensive. The City of South Fulton Cultural Affairs Department presents our 4-week summer arts program designed for teens who are interested in training and focus on a specific art form. Registration will end after the program is full. They still have some slots. And finally, this Saturday, we have Chalk the Block. It's registration is closed for it, but it's this coming Saturday. There will be a chalk art competition, live art battle, on-site animal adoption, a bounce house, game truck, base painting, food trucks, and a live DJ. Last year was our first year. It was a great event. Please come out. Our young people really showed their artistic abilities, and so we're looking forward to this year's event. Thank you.
All right, District 2, Councilwoman Gomes.
Thank you. It has been a very, very busy week in District 2. First, I want to thank everybody that came out to the 4th Annual District 2 Gun Buyback in partnership with the South Fulton Police Department. I'm proud to share that we had over about 75 guns that were turned in and over 100 that were safely melted down. So that was impactful to our community, and thank you for all those that participated. And we look forward to possibly doing that again next year. Also, last week, on Thursday, April the 16th, we officially cut the ribbon on the Eden Road sidewalks. Residents have been asking about these sidewalks since the city's inception, and we're excited about it. Just coming home from work today, I saw our residents using it, and early this morning as well. So if you live on that side of town, please take advantage of it. The weather is looking great. Well, not this week, but the weather is looking well. Please make sure you utilize your sidewalks. That's how you get more. Also, too, that same day, we held our 4th annual Women in Business Mixer at Fresh from Earth, which is the tea shop that is in Button Road Plaza. We had a great guest speaker, Dr. Kiana Dancy, and she had a message on unity, teaching women how to empower themselves, especially in business. And the city, women from across the city came out to network and engage. This is our 4th annual one, and it seems to grow every year. So we may need a different space next year, but it is a great event, and I hope you'll be able to attend. Also, too, we had our Cliftondale. I want to thank all of the volunteers that came out for our Cliftondale Community Recycling and Paper Shredding Day at Cliftondale. The park looked amazing. So thank you to all the residents that joined. Lastly, as we look ahead, I want to remind people, especially in regards to Cliftondale Park, that we have our park information session on the future of Cliftondale Park on April the 29th at 6 p.m. That will be held at Renaissance Church of Christ on Butner Road. Of course, we're not doing it at Cliftondale because they are going through a renovation, but we are asking residents to come out, and we're hoping that the room is packed so you can talk about what you want to see in your local park. And lastly, I've gotten this question many of times on social media as well as through emails. The long-awaited ribbon cutting for the Cliftondale Dog Haven and Soft Walking Track. The ribbon cutting will be held on May the 7th, and that has been a project that pet owners and walkers are really excited about. I don't know if many of you have been there, but they also added like an obstacle course, and it looks amazing. So I am looking forward to the ribbon cutting on that, and water stations as well. As always, you can find me at Councilwoman Carmelita Gums, and on Facebook without the L, as well as Instagram as I am Carmelita Gums, and I look forward to continuing serving you. Thank you.
District 3, Councilwoman Willis.
Thank you for recognizing me. I want to thank all of the residents that attended the economic development update on last Thursday. We had a great turnout. We revealed the new welcoming center rendering and gave the next steps. We are headed to construction and look forward to the ribbon cutting that will take place this summer. So we'll give you more information on that. I want to thank you, and if you want to see it, I have put it in my newsletter and put it on Facebook. I also want to remind everyone that in partnership with the Links for Change, we will have a community event, Stop the Violence, in partnership with several law enforcement agencies this Sunday at Walker Park from 1 to 6. There will be food trucks, food, entertainment, and people that will share their experience of the impact of gun violence to their family. We have committed the City of South Fulton Public Safety Division, Fire and Police. We have the Sheriff Office. We have the Marshal Office. We have the Solicitor's Office. We have all our Fulton County law enforcement partners that will take place. Please don't forget to participate in the Comprehensive Development Plan meetings. If you want to have a say in how our future is shaped, it's important that you attend. You will still have 2 more opportunities. The next one will be May 20th at Wolf Creek Library. And I've shared that in my flyer as well. Our Recycle and Shred Day for District 3 will be May 17th. So go ahead and start gathering your shred paper and material. And then we also will have the Red Oak District Community Market, which will be on March 2nd. So make sure that you prepare to come out to that. I want us to continue to pray for the full recovery of our South Fulton police officer Cook, and keep the prayers of Captain Garcia family in prayer. Some of us are still wearing our pin with the black ribbon on it. And we typically do that until the officer makes his final resting place. And some of our officers will be traveling to Miami, which will be his final resting place. And so we want to wish you safe travels and tell you to be safe. And please come back to us. And grief isn't brief, so take time to do what you need to do to take care of yourself and your spouses and family, because all are typically impacted when this type of trauma impacts a region. I want to thank our Fulton County Sheriff, Patrick Labat, for stepping in and holding our police department down. I called and asked them for the statistics. Between Friday and yesterday, they diverted calls to the Fulton County Sheriff Office to give our officers a time for to grieve and to attend services, and they answered over 60 calls for the city of South Fulton. 911 calls, over 60. So when people want to bash our sheriff, just remember how he takes care of us in a time of need. He also sent his entire motor unit to participate in the escort, and they also will be escorting the body to the airport tomorrow, and some of them will be traveling to Miami. And they also sent their color guard unit to participate in the ceremony. And so I want to say a huge thank you to him and his team for supporting the city of South Fulton. If you're not getting my newsletters, please subscribe to my newsletters. Helen.Willis at the city of South Fulton GA.gov. And if you need me, call me at 404-803-4219. I do answer my phone, and if I don't, I will when I'm not busy. Thank you.
District 4, Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I, of course, want to offer my condolences and to the Garcia family as well, and thanks for everyone, staff members here, the police department, all of whom stepped forward to at least make sure we had a good service yesterday in honor of Captain Garcia, and speedy recovery also to Lieutenant Cook as he recovers in the hospital. And I'll continue every time to call for safety on these roads of ours. And now we have had the sad case of one of our officers losing his life because of what happened in one of our streets. I want to thank everyone who came out last Saturday to our fourth annual Autism Sensory Festival, and shout out to Miss Newberry and her team, to our Parks and Rec and police and fire for keeping watch over Wilkinson Mill Park. Parks and Rec did an outstanding job. We asked them to do a little bit more to this particular event this year, and they've continued to deliver. So thank you very much, gentlemen and ladies that of that department. I want to thank our state representatives, Lydia Glaze and Robert Dawson and Senator Kemp, for joining me on my virtual town hall 2 Mondays ago. We did make a recording and we will be releasing that. There was some very, very good information presented, not only on what they were what they were able to do during this legislative session, but some of the things that they managed to actually fight and either get defeated or get tweaked a little bit. Coming up this week is our second year start of our District 4 Farmers Market, and that's going to be held at 6,000 Landmark Way, City of South Fulton. Starts at 4:30 this Thursday, and every fourth Thursday basically for the rest of the summer. Also coming up this month, we have our second senior experience on the 30th of April. That's going to be from 12 noon until 2 p.m. at 7580 Springboks Drive, or at the Elegant Occasions Event Center in District 4. And we'll be concentrating on senior safety again. The first one we did in January, we focused on scamming and how to avoid losing your money or your possessions. This time we're going to be concentrating on physical safety and things that you can do to keep yourself safe whenever you're out and about in places that people don't take advantage of you, even as a senior. So come along or send mom, grandma to come and learn something about how to protect themselves once they're out. And I believe we're having, for Georgia Cities Week, we're having some cleanups. I know one is scheduled for Landmark Way on Wednesday. I didn't get a start time. So, yeah, that's tomorrow, 23rd.
Yeah, 10
right?
to 12. They're all
10 to 12. They're all 10 to 12. Thank you. So, if you're able to join us out there, we'll provide you with all the necessary equipment, bags and pickers and all that sort of stuff. But it's right in time to clean up that area for our farmers market starting on Thursday. So thank you very much, team, for scheduling that at an appropriate time. All right, and that's all I have. Thank you.
All right, District 5, Councilwoman Bell.
All right, thank you, Mayor. Again, I just want to say thank you to everyone that came out for the second annual Easter Egg Extravaganza and Community Resource Fair this past Saturday at Burdette Park. Special thanks to all of the sponsors, all of the community partners, to my colleagues that ran the Kids Corner, to all of my council colleagues that came out in support. I just want to say thank you. We had over 30 community resources that is super important and vital to our community to help us get over the I don't know syndrome. So we had a lot of great community partners providing great free information and resources that can assist us all with our families right here in the city of South Fulton, all of my community partners, and especially to our wonderful, outstanding City of South Fulton Police Department. Thank you again for collaborating and co-sponsoring this event. Many eggs, I think we gave out a little over 8,000 eggs, a little bit different from last year, but still enough for our children, our families, our seniors, and the adults. So it was super fun and funny to see them running around the field, collecting eggs and so forth. And then to our amazing Parks and Recreation team, again, thank you to the residents that came out with all their kids. Thank you, and welcome back to my constituent services representative, Philip Watley. So I thank him for being back after months, and I know I worked him out on Saturday. So nevertheless, welcome back. We are gearing up for our D5 Town Hall meeting, which is scheduled as of date for May the 14th at Burdette Park, which will be 6 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. In addition to that, we are moving into May just as soon as we can imagine. So I am gearing up for the second annual Bells Rhythms Revealed, a night of fusion, which will feature a live band, independent artists, an art gallery, poets and spoken word artists, and of course, delicious food from Dots and Pearls. So that has been scheduled for Saturday, May the 17th, 2025, from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. at Burdette Park. If you are not receiving our newsletter, or if you are interested in scheduling a meeting, again, welcome back to Philip Watley. Please feel free to reach out to him directly. It's philip.watley@cityofsouthfulton.ga.gov. We do have a couple of things that we do request in scheduling meetings, i.e. an agenda. And so that is our process. And so we do ask you to respect the process and contact my CSR, Mr. Watley. If you are not receiving the newsletters, please feel free to text Live 5 to 55444. Again, the word live, the number 5 to 55444. And to be added to our newsletter. We send out monthly newsletter as well as weekly engagement correspondence. So please get engaged, get connected. And then last but not least, this is Second Chance Month. And many of you know that I work in the adult reentry as well as with individuals with disabilities. So I just want to take this time to highlight some of the second chance programs that we have or that are providing services to our residents in our community in the city of South Fulton. So of course, the New Beginnings Adult Reentry Program, they were out there on Saturday. Dr. Travis Barber with One More Question, Restorative Justice Project, and Black Men Initiative. And to all the providers who provide those opportunities for second chance, opportunities for those who have been impacted by our justice system. Thank you so much. And that concludes all of my announcements. Please mark them in your calendars and mark them on your heart accordingly. Thank you.
District 6, Councilwoman Williams Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. We are, the church announcements for the week as follows. Earth Week is in full swing in the sensational 6th District. Certainly want to thank everyone who came out today for our garden, to redo the garden at Love T. Nolan Elementary. We got to play in the dirt very early this morning, so if I start nodding off, please charge it to my head and not my heart. I was out with a shovel and a trowel digging up dirt at 9:30 a.m. But it was really a great time. I want to especially thank the partners, the community partners that came out, United Bottling, the Spartans, the Friends of Creel Park, Facts to Thrive, 100 Black Men of South Metro, Forest Lawn Memorial Gardens, your CBD store, and especially want to thank our Fulton County Superior Clerk, Clerk Alexander. She came out with her team to also assist with planting flowers and greenery and helping to beautify Love T. Nolan. There will be additional opportunities if you want to come play in the dirt with us. We've still got plenty of planting and gardening to do, so please look for additional updates and notifications to come regarding that. Additionally, on Thursday from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m., please bring your yard trimmings for disposal to the LA Fitness parking lot. We will be in front of the Beauty Master taking your yard trimmings. On the 26th will be our monthly food giveaway at Creel Park, where we will be doing our usual healthy food distribution of fruits and vegetables. And then moving on into May, we are going to start gearing up to get ready for back to school. It's final exams coming up soon, so we will be looking for volunteers and putting the back call out for people to work with us over the summer to prepare to welcome our students back in the fall. And I believe that is all I have for today. And so those are your church announcements for the week. Please govern yourselves accordingly.
District 7, Mayor Pro Tem Linda Pritchett.
Thank you very much. The Old National District has kicked off the farmers market for this year, and in District 6, the farmers market will be on April the 26th. This Saturday at 6385 Old National Highway, the same shopping plaza as LA Fitness, and that will be from 12 to 4 p.m. Everyone from Old National, everyone from the city is welcome. They have some great, exciting vendors. The last farmers market had a petting zoo, so it was a lot of fun, food trucks, a lot of good community involvement. I would also like to thank everyone who supported the Garcia family, everyone who came out to the ceremony yesterday. I'd like to first thank our city manager, who has shown a lot of sincere compassion for our chief, Keith Meadows. Also, my condolences to him. But city manager has supported the police department in a way that I've never seen that done before in that way. And just the support that has been provided to the police officers who are really dealing with a lot. So I've seen something really beautiful happen in the midst of a tragedy. And I'd also like to thank my church, World Changers Church International, that went into high gear and overdrive. A lot of their volunteers came in on their day off on Good Friday and on Saturday. And I'd like to thank my pastor, Dr. Creflo A. Dollar, who eulogized El Capitán Elio Armando Garcia et Tercero. And it was a beautiful ceremony. I'd like to thank the veterans that came out to honor Captain Garcia, who also was a Marine, and just all the agencies, all the different police departments and sheriff offices and government officials that came out to honor Captain Garcia, and also honoring us in our commitment to our police family. So thank you. And with that concludes my comments.
Thank you. As they bring up that slide, I'm going to first congratulate Councilwoman Bell. She and I attended the Hometown Heroes celebration at, it was at Bethune, but it was actually at the new, or the temporary S.L. Lewis, and many council members attended that groundbreaking as well. So you just want to hold this slide up. All right, you can go ahead and press play on that. Hope everyone enjoyed your Easter, your Earth Day, 420, whatever you celebrated this weekend. As you know, we had events all over the city for everyone. Do you want to go ahead and play that? You can just, is this, I I guess you have it in slideshow mode. I can't control my old slides. You can go back. First, the prayers of our entire city continue to be with South Fulton police officers, Lieutenant Charles Cook, and next slide, who saved the life of this young Fulton County officer taking gunfire. And as you've heard, we're still praying for his family. And second, we want to pray for the families of Captain Elio Armando Garcia. You've heard, and all of the rank and file police officers, fire and EMS officers who are out on the streets every day, keeping us safe. Is there any way that you can go to the PowerPoint slideshow? There we go. Next slide. We're together now. All right. We are about 10 nights away from our 8th anniversary and State of the City. So make sure that you find out more information about that. As has been reported, this State of the City will be my farewell address. Being mayor is more, you can go to the next slide and go ahead and hit play. Being mayor is more than just chairing these sometimes 8-hour meetings and the hours of conversation and negotiation that go into putting these agendas together, which my colleagues are now seeing as we rotate the agenda planning. If you would hit the next slide and press play. Being mayor is also about showing up for countless school programs, church anniversaries, parades, food giveaways, and more, Mayor Mondays, meetings with constituents, and meeting all of them in their homes to hear about their HOA conflicts, detention ponds, their needs for speed bumps, and desires not to be surrounded by warehouses and data centers. It's visiting firefighters and police officers and everyday citizens in hospitals, comforting families at funerals, and much, much more. There is a next slide. To do all of this for over 100,000 people, I am paid about $40,000 per year, about $20 an hour, the salary of a parks groundskeeper or sales associate at Target, which means as a full-time mayor, I also represent one of about 2 out of 3 Americans for whom a $1,000 bill can mean financial disaster. To keep this promise of doing this job full-time and this job only, I have sold my mother's house. I've been on food stamps and turned down some pretty good job offers. And so in addition to not seeking re-election, I will also be scaling back my public schedule as mayor. As I prepare for a future beyond South Fulton, I hope to spend these last 7 months of my term being the part-time mayor that our city charter says I am, which means that I will also be a little less available to all of you. You can just go to that last State of the City slide. We're going to end it here. So once again, we hope that you come out Thursday, May 1st. We have a blue carpet and an I Love South Fulton experience that starts at 6:30 p.m. And our State of the City will start at 7:30 p.m. To the news media who do run to South Fulton every time someone gets shot, our council is fighting, or Camelot is on fire, I hope that you will attend our State of the City to hear about all of the good things that are happening in South Fulton and have been happening in South Fulton for years. These have been your announcements. Please govern yourselves accordingly. South Fulton, forever. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor, that brings us to the first add-on item, a resolution by the City of South Fulton City Council to establish the Elio Armando Garcia III Line of Duty Policy and Benefit Fund and for other lawful purposes.
I move for approval as sounded.
The chair will entertain a motion, has entertained a motion, and a second. Is there any discussion? All right, seeing and hearing none, let's take this vote in the queue, please.
That motion was approved unanimously, 7-0.
All right, please sound the next item.
Next item is approval of city council meeting minutes, regular meeting minutes, April 8th, 2025, work session minutes, April 8th, 2025, and alcohol zoning public hearing minutes, April 8th, 2025.
I move to approve the minutes as sounded.
Second.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, let's take this vote by a show of hands.
Record that motion approved, 6-0.
All right, please sound the next item.
That brings us to the consent agenda. We have items A, B, C, D, E, and F.
All right, the chair will entertain a motion.
I move to approve the consent agenda items A through F.
Second.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, let's take this vote in the queue.
Councilmember Pritchett, did you want to vote? It's not showing. You want to vote in the affirmative? Yes. Okay. I record that motion approved, 6-0.
All right, please sound the next item.
Brings us to Roman numeral 10, letter A, alcohol license rezoning, variance and modification cases for motion and vote. Letter A is request council approval of an alcohol beverage license application by Roosevelt Food and Gas LLC, doing business as Chevron Extra Mile. Has been submitted and is requesting approval for a change of ownership for the retail sale of beer and wine at 4285 Roosevelt Highway, South Fulton, Georgia, 30349.
The chair will entertain a motion.
I move approval of the alcohol beverage license by Roosevelt Food and Gas LLC.
Second.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion?
Yes.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
I would like to have the security measures. I may be asking for reconsideration, but I appreciate you taking the lead because I wasn't in here. Thank you. I just want to make sure that the security measures have been put in place before we move forward, if you don't mind. But thank you.
That's affirmed. The security measures for this item has been met, and they are signed up and live on Fuses.
Okay, so can we put on record what we asked them to do? The security measures you recommended?
The security measures that we recommended for the Roosevelt Food and Gas LLC doing business as Chevron Extra Mile was to sign up for the Fuses integration with the police department.
And did they hire the security officers for the weekend?
That wasn't discussed for that item.
Okay, all right. Well, I thank you so much. We can move forward. All right. If you all have any problems, with those security measures not being complied with, can you please let us know?
I will.
Thank you.
All right.
Second.
It's been motioned and seconded.
Oh, okay.
We'll take this vote in the queue.
Can you
That motion was approved, 6-0.
All right, please sound. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Was there an abstention? Oh, I'm sorry. That's right. The chair will please sound the next item.
So that brings us to letter B. Request council approval of an alcohol beverage license application by 5245 GR Business LLC, doing business as Quick Pick Mark Food Mart, has been submitted and is requesting approval for a change of ownership for the retail sales of beer and wine at 5245 Welcome All Road, South Fulton, Georgia, 30349. It's located in Council District 3. This item was deferred from the March 25th council meeting.
The chair will entertain a motion.
I will, do you mind if I ask a question before a motion? I want to make sure they comply with the security measures recommendations.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. Did the applicant comply with the recommendations?
So far, the applicant only signed up for FUSIS with the South Fulton Police Department to integrate the cameras. However, the security guard measures was not met at this time.
Thank you. I move that we defer this into the next council meeting for approval.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? I do have discussion. Attorney Kelly, I just want to be clear. Are these security recommendations, can we deny a case? Are these recommendations, are these requirements? Like what is the legality that we have to stand on around this issue?
So you read my mind. I was actually just getting ready to send a memo. In 2024, the state of Georgia adopted 366032, which holds that a county, municipal corporation, or consolidated government shall not require the placement of video surveillance equipment in the interior or exterior of any business or location where the retail sale of automated gasoline is sold. Now, I do know my office has contacted Esprit about this. It is a recommendation. It is not a requirement. We can encourage them to do it. I think that there are advantages and disadvantages on both sides, but businesses also have constitutional rights, particularly the Fourth Amendment against search and seizure. So making it a requirement does implicate that, but making it a strong suggestion, explaining the benefits of joining the police officers, what's it called? The program? FUSIS. Explaining the benefits of that, I think is perfectly fine, but we cannot make it a requirement of approval.
Well, thank you, Attorney Kelly. I think that it would probably be helpful to have some sort of promotional video on our website explaining in further detail the benefits of FUSIS, but I do think that we needed to enter that into the record. And with that, is there no...
I'm in the queue.
Okay, I don't see the queue. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
My recommendation to defer this has nothing to do with security camera placement. According to our police that just reported, they have taken the recommendation and have already signed up for the security camera placement. Nor have I recommended for denial. What I ask is for deferral based off of another security recommendation that the police department have put forth. Again, I have not recommended or asked for denial, and my recommendation for deferral has nothing to do with security cameras. As a matter of fact, they said he's already signed up for security cameras based on a recommendation, and everything that I have said has been the word recommendation. So, thank you.
All right, seeing no one else in the queue, Mr. Clerk, let's take this vote in the queue.
Motion to defer. And Councilmember Willis, that is deferred to the next agenda. Okay, that motion was approved unanimously, 7-0 to defer to the next agenda.
All right, and if someone from IT could come and help me with my computer. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Brings us to letter C, the second read and request council approval of a zoning ordinance case Z24-027, an application by Salaheen Real Property LLC, care of Battle Law, requesting a rezoning from AG1 and Sub C to CUP to develop 49 single-family detached homes on 17.40 acres of land at 3880 Thaxton Road, located in Council District 2. Public hearing for this item was held on February 11, 2025. Staff recommends approval conditional, and Planning Commission recommends approval with 21 conditions.
All right, the chair will entertain a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the conditions, the staff recommendations for approval with conditions, and I would like to read those conditions into the record. It is actually 22, so I will ask you all to bear with me. This is part of the developer as well as the residents, and there are some amendments that I have made as well. So I know we're listening and we heard exactly what the residents have shared, but they have worked together to come to a actual compromise in reference to what was giving them a bit of heartburn. So the first one is that the owner developer agrees to abide by the site plan presented by the Department of Community Development and Regulatory Affairs, which was dated July 2024. The plan is conceptual only and must meet all exceed requirements of the zoning resolution in these conditions prior to the approval of the land disturbance permit, unless otherwise noted here within. 2, the development shall be limited to no more than 42 single-family detached homes. 3, the minimum square footage and setbacks. A, minimum lot size is 5,500 square feet. Minimum lot width is 60 foot. There was on letter C, minimum heated floor area was 1,800 square foot. That has been stricken from that condition, and we have upped that up to 2,000 square feet of heated floor area. Minimum front setback is 25, minimum side setback is 10, minimum side corner setback is 25, and minimum rear setback is 25 foot. The owner developer agrees to provide a right turn lane on Thaxton Road at the proposed project entrance. A deceleration lane must be adhered to the City of South Fulton CDRA and Public Works requirements. The owner developer agrees to erect a monument sign within the subdivision's name at the entrance with landscaping and lighting. There shall be a minimum of 6 different facade designs with at least 3 different color packages per design to allow for a total of 18 different facade elevations. There shall be no homes constructed side by side or across the street with identical facades or elevations. The owner developer shall submit an architectural design book to the City of South Fulton Department of CDRA. Compliance with this condition is prior to issuance of the first building permit. The following materials must be used. I'm sorry, colleagues, that this is taking so long, but brick, stucco, masonry, fibrous cement, siding, steel, aluminum, roofing or porches, engineered wood, concrete, cross-laminated timber, vinyl, and other equivalent materials as permitted by the Building Standard Code. There shall be no exposed foundations. Each home shall have at least a 2-car garage. 3-car garages and greater are also permitted. The owner developer may construct side entry garages where space permits. Also, 2, all utilities must be underground. Sidewalks shall be installed on both sides of all interior streets, minimum of 5 foot wide. There shall be a 3 foot wide landscape between the back of curve and sidewalks for all internal streets. There shall be at least 1 to 2 caliper trees planted in front of each home. Community lighting shall be ornamental in accordance with the City of South Fulton Code of Ordinances. There shall be no clearing of cutting of trees or owner developer shall use its best efforts to preserve trees in areas of private lots where there is no planned improvement. Recognizing equipment vulnerability may necessarily be tree removal, all of which is subject to the City of South Fulton Tree Preservation Ordinance. All green space and other open space shall be accessible to residents by sidewalks or trails. The stream buffer shall be protected in accordance with the standards of the South Fulton Streams and Wetland Buffer requirements. There shall be a mandatory HOA to oversee and control undisturbed and common areas. HOA covenant shall cap the percentage of renters to 10% of the total number of units based on the future property owners will have the right to vote to amend the HOA covenants to change the cap. The HOA covenant shall prohibit boarding in the subdivision. The applicant shall include a copy of the HOA covenant simultaneously with the final plat. There shall be a monument sign at the entrance again. Oh, sorry, we already have that one. At the entrance with approved lighting and landscaping, and the applicant shall consult with the city arborist to determine which trees shall be planted in the front yards of each home. The applicant is required to do a 2,200 square foot heated model home for the community, and an emergency knock box will be installed that separates the High Point subdivision and this development. That separates the High Point subdivision and this development with the appropriate approvals from the City of South Fulton Fire and Safety. So, and they have a listing of the facades that are approved to be used. So these are conditions that have been read into the record. They can't come back and change it if this is approved. So just wanted to let you all know that, and I ask for my colleagues' support in regards to that.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Is there any other discussion? Seeing and hearing none, the chair will recognize Councilwoman Willis.
Let me put some clarification around my comments. First of all, we did get a recommendation from staff. We did get a recommendation from our planning commission to approve. I have not received one email from any resident today, as of today, requesting to deny this development from my district that I have a pretty good pulse on. Every subdivision that was called today, I know who the key players are in those subdivisions. Have not received one call, one email. And if any of them were of major concern about this development, what I will say that in the 8 years that I have been serving, my people are very vocal on what they want in the community and what they don't want in the community. I have seen these homes, and they are not starter homes. I think it was very commendable of the developer who have allowed us to defer this project for close to 2 months. Is it, Councilmember Gums, almost 2 months? A little bit more than 2 months to work with the community to come to some common ground. And I think out of the over 20 recommendations and conditions, the community got over 90% of what they wanted. And when we work with developers, we go in and we want the world because we feel that we deserve it, because we are vested in our communities and we live in our communities, and some of us have been here for over 40 years. My mother-in-law has been in the community since 1977. And we deserve to have what we desire in our community. But the flip side of that is that we have ordinances. We have a code, which just not ordinances. Our ordinances are law. That's law. And so we have a comprehensive development plan that we beg residents to get involved in, the charrettes, to help shape the future development of our city. And of the 100,000 residents we have in the city, I doubt if we have about 4,000 or 5,000 people that even participate in that. But when it comes down to cases, that's when it's a little bit too late to command a demand when we have set policy and law. So all of us have recently gone through a zoning training. I think it was a 4-week training for every aspect of zoning. And I'm appreciative to the mayor and council member and Mayor Pro Tem Pritchett for bringing a subject matter expert by way of the University of Georgia to make sure not only our planning commissioners were trained, our zoning board of appeal appointees were trained, but even us were trained on how we should govern ourselves accordingly. And development is about compromise in a lot of instances, because when people own land and they want to develop their land within our code, which is our law, we can't just violate the law based off of emotion. So I urged at the last council meeting, and my words are on the record, is to get with this developer and try to come to some type of compromise, because for the reasons we are asked to deny this case is not a legal reason we can deny. And a lot of people forget that several of us on this council, we pay taxes too. So these are our tax dollars too. And we have to govern ourselves accordingly. And I think it's commendable that over 90% of the conditions have been met, that we waited over 2 months for people to negotiate. I have not received one email. I have not received one call requesting for a denial. And 2 people showed up, and I appreciate you all showing up, and I hear you. But I'm going to govern myself accordingly. I yield. Thank you.
All right, you all ready to vote? Let's take this vote in the queue.
That motion was approved unanimously, 7-0.
All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Brings us to letter D. Second reading, request council approval of an ordinance to amend Chapter 3, short-term rentals of Title 12 of the City of South Fulton Code of Ordinances for the purposes of amending regulations related to short-term rentals.
The chair will entertain a motion.
I move approval of an ordinance to amend Chapter 3, short-term rentals of Title 12 of the City of South Fulton Code of Ordinances.
Second.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, let's take this vote in the queue.
That motion was approved unanimously, 7-0.
All right, please sound the next item.
That brings us to agenda items, procurement and contracts. First item is the General Services Department requests council approval of the shortlisted firms in reference to RFQ 25-01, Comprehensive Design Build Fire Rescue Complex. Based on the evaluation committee scores, the shortlisted firms are Reeves Young LLC, Catamount Constructions, Inc., and Parish Construction Group. Each firm has been sent a notification letter informing them of their shortlisted status. The city will now begin the Step 2 phase of the process by releasing the RFP to the selected firms. As a part of Step 2, each firm is required to attend a mandatory site visit, submit a guaranteed maximum price proposal fee, and participate in an interview with the evaluation committee and city council. It's my understanding that the city manager and staff have a presentation.
Madam City Manager?
Yes, thank you. We have our project manager, Turner Townsend, here. They have a short presentation explaining how we got to this point. If you remember, we talked about this at the retreat. It's a 2-step process. This RFQ identifies the most qualified vendors to be able to bid on our RFPs for both police and fire, which will be the second part of the process, which will essentially start, assuming you approve the short lists, tomorrow. And the quiet period will start at 12:01 a.m.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Greg Dyson, your General Services Director. I'll start over. Well, good evening, Mayor and Council. Greg Dyson, your General Services Director. I have with me here today the project manager for our program manager, Turner Townsend Erie, Mr. Kenneth Schuler. He's going to give you a brief overview of the firms that were shortlisted for both of these procurements. The ranking in the short list is presented in your package, in your agenda, but he will give his presentation of the various companies in alphabetical order. Kenneth?
All right, thank you, Greg. Again, my name is Kenneth Schuler. I'm the lead project manager representing Turner and Townsend. To my right is Ms. Priscilla Kemp. She's one of the assistant PMs. And to my left is Mr. Chad Kastner. He's the director of program management with AEI, who is our partner with this, that's helping us with this project. So, like the city manager said, it's a brief presentation, just giving you guys a update on where we stand. We had a very successful RFQ process, which got us down to the shortlisted firms that are in your agenda and the rankings accordingly. So if you guys want to go to the next slide, okay, there you go. Do I have let's do the clicker right there? Okay. All right. So the rendering that you guys saw on the first slide, and actually on this side is the rendering of the South Fulton Police Department, which was provided by POH, who is an architect that's done a lot of work with you guys over the years. In regards to the police headquarters shortlisted firms, the three firms that were shortlisted are Carroll Daniel Construction, who will be collaborating with FS360 and Leo A. Daly. Reeves Young is the second design build firm, and they will be collaborating with Jericho Design Group. And the third firm is Mentor Johnson Group, who will be collaborating with POH. The reason for the collaboration, because we are in a design build process, which means we're redesigning and constructing kind of at the same time. So we're not going to design, then send out a bid, and then have a GC. We already have a GC on board that's going to be working and collaborating with the GC to hopefully keep costs in order and keep us within our budget thresholds. Let's see. Oh. All right. That's it. Okay. All right. The first vendor that we're going to speak on is the Carroll Daniel Construction Firm. They are collaborating, like I said, with F6360 and Leo A. Daly. These are some of the attributes that we find that were helpful in their selection. One of the attributes is that the general project approach was well defined within their proposal. The project management team has extensive experience with building police headquarter projects. The architect firm Leo A. Daly also has extensive background in similar projects. The design build team has experience as a joint venture working on similar scopes of work. And the F6360 is a local and minority-owned GC management firm. Next is Reeves Young, who will be collaborating with Jericho Design Group. Their proposal is well structured. They had a general project approach which was well defined. Their project management team had experience with police headquarter projects. The architect Jericho Design Group has extensive background in similar projects, and they had a detailed forecasted schedule as part of their RFQ. Next, we have the Winter Johnson Group, who will be collaborating with POH architect firm. Their project approach was clearly defined. The project team, management team, their lead approach was clearly defined and outlined. The architect firm POH has extensive background on similar projects. And the POH firm also has collaborated with the city on previous projects in the past. And they also had a very detailed forecast schedule approach. Now on to the fire headquarters shortlisted firms. And in this, sorry, And in this slide, you will see a rendering of the fire headquarters building. And again, this rendering was provided by POH architect firm. The three shortlisted firms for the fire headquarters are Catamount Constructors, which will be collaborating with FS 360 and POH, Paris Construction Group, which will be collaborating with Hussey Gay Bell as the architect firm, Reeves Young, who will be collaborating with Jericho Design Group. Okay. Catamount Constructors, they were, like I said, they'll be collaborating with FS 360 and POH. The project management team has experience with fire headquarters projects. FS 360 is a local and minority-owned GC management firm. The architect POH has extensive background in similar project, and POH also has experience as a joint venture working on similar projects. And POH also generated programming documents that you're seeing now, renderings that came from that programming document package for the city's public safety building. All right, Parish Construction Group, Hussey Gay Bell. The project management team has collaborated with 83 counties throughout the state of Georgia, working on municipal projects. The architect, Hussey Gay Bell, has extensive background in similar projects. They have a very strong minority partnership program, which was detailed in the RFQ. They have also displayed a detailed forecasted schedule approach, and they also have a general project approach that was well defined. Okay, Reeves Young Jericho Design Group. They had a well-structured proposal. The project management team had experience with fire headquarters projects. They have a detailed forecasted schedule approach. The architect Jericho Design Group has extensive background in similar projects, and they also have a clearly defined project approach. So that concludes my summary. Like I stated before, the RFQ process was very successful, and the RFP is scheduled to be out before noon tomorrow.
And we are subject to your questions.
I don't see any speakers in the queue, so the chair will entertain a motion to approve.
I move to approve RFQ 25-01, Comprehensive Design Build Fire Rescue Complex, as well as RFQ 25-02, Comprehensive Design Police Build Headquarters.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. I don't see any discussion. Madam Attorney, are we okay with this? 1 and 2 together? Okay. All right, I'll take this vote in the queue.
This needs to be in a press release first thing in the morning.
No, wait till we cut in the ground. Y'all do too much.
Mine did. I got it. Did you hit your vote?
That motion was approved unanimously, 7-0. That's items A1 and A2.
All right, please sound to the next item.
That brings us to Public Works. Item B1, Public Works Department requests approval to enter into a construction agreement with the Georgia Department of Transportation for Project T-277, Cochran Road over Camp Creek Bridge replacement. The invitation to bid was approved by Council on January 14, 2025, and awarded to Southeastern Development in the amount of $4,284,016.01. It's agreed that the total maximum reimbursement amount by GDOT will pay is 80%, or $3,427,212.81. which is GDOT's maximum obligation. Also, the city should reimburse GDOT for construction oversight in the amount of $10,000.
The chair will entertain a motion.
I move to approve the Public Works Department request for a construction agreement with the Georgia Department of Transportation as sounded, in addition to entering into a relocation agreement with the Georgia Power Corporation for capital improvements for Project T-2650 National Highway Sidewalk Project in amount of $255,534, as well as agreement for Georgia Power's utility relocations for T-SPLOST 2 Project B506 Fairburn Road Phase 2 improvements in the amount of $160,284,000, in addition to authorizing the Public Works Department to use eminent domain to acquire real property interest necessary to complete the intersection improvements project and bridge replacement for T-SPLOST 1 B500 Butner Road at Camp Creek Parcel 5, to authorize the city of South Fulton to condemn that property for a fair market value of $18,100.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Is there discussion? Councilwoman Bell.
No, I just thought we were gonna take them individually, but that's fine.
All right, let's take this vote in the queue.
Because some of them are priced. You pay attention. Might miss that.
That motion was approved unanimously, 7-0. Items 1B1 through 4.
All right, please sound the next item.
Brings us to item C, administration. Number 1, request council approval of a resolution establishing the City of South Fulton Impact Fee Advisory Committee, identifying the names of appointees to the advisory committee.
The chair will entertain a motion. Is this one of these, Madam Attorney, like the DDA where it's required to list the names for the activation?
I move to approve the resolution to establish the Impact Fee Advisory Committee, and if every member would go down and name their person. You have?
Yeah, they can just read it. You should have.
Okay, Sky Hutchins for District 1.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna chair now. Did someone have a list of all the names? Okay, you're gonna just read those out, Mr. Clerk.
Somebody else. Oh, here we go. And actually, we had a different name for District 1. So the names that were submitted for mayor, Mr. Drew DeMann. District 1, Stephanie Hudson. District 2, Joel Athey. District 3, April Roberson. District 4, James Reese. District 5, no appointment at this time. District 6, Rhoda Simpson. And District 7, no appointment at this time.
All right, are there any amendments to the appointees that sounded? District 1?
I'm going to do Sky Hutchins.
All right. And Mayor Pro Tem Pritchett.
So this is an inquiry. City Attorney, can a person serve on multiple boards in our city? Or Mr. Clerk, whoever can answer that question.
I don't have the answer to that question off the top of my head, but I don't mind researching that.
And I'll just state that we have multiple boards that have multiple people who serve on multiple committees, some as many as 3.
Oh, wow. Okay, that's something for us to be mindful of because some of the names, well, a name I've heard before, but just wanted to be clear. I yield.
Before I recognize Councilman Gomes, I think Mayor Pro Tem Pritchett, it might be time to send that list around, and it might also be time to, when you do send the list around, Mr. Clerk, to note which boards are actually active. We have like several boards in our city, but we only have 2 or 3 that actually meet regularly. Councilwoman Gomes.
So I appreciate everyone sharing their name, but I do remember reading in the resolution that it had to be a makeup of real estate as well as developers, and I think I'm hearing a listing of just mainly real estate, and maybe none at all. So is there a process of vetting these individuals, and how will you determine, because I think it said it was 50, it needed to be 50% or more, the makeup?
Carmen Davis, Assistant City Manager. I don't see Ms. McClendon in the room right now, but it does require, oh, there he is, right behind me. It does require 50% of the committee members to be of the industry of building, construction, real estate, and land development. So there is, certainly we're heavy in real estate and no construction persons.
My appointee is a general contractor.
Okay, so one general contractor. Do you have something to add?
I do. Thank you. Reggie McClendon, Managing Director of Community Development and Regulatory Affairs. So the state statute does not specify that a certain percentage has to come from each of those separate disciplines. It just groups those disciplines together, those being, I believe, real estate development or building. And so as long as 50% of the committee are people who meet that definition, then we will be meeting the statute.
Councilwoman Gomes, does that answer your question?
And I will add that I believe we are in excess of 50% based on the names that we have received.
So technically, both of you all, I guess I'm speaking to Carmen. So how will we manage? You all will send us a note saying that we would need to change our appointee, or is it fine with the names that were presented?
We're fine. Yes, we're fine. We're meeting the requirements.
It says and or.
When it's your turn.
It says or. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
All right, I believe the next person in the queue is Mayor Pro Tem Pritchett. Oh, I'm sorry, Councilwoman Willis. It's about that time. It's 9 o'clock. We usually wrap up around here. My allergy meds are kicking in. Councilwoman Willis, I'm sorry.
Thank you for recognizing me. I just want, this is too important for us to get wrong and mess up. And so people are saying they are, I just need you to confirm licenses. I don't need nobody being appointed that's saying they are a real estate agent. I don't need anybody being appointed that says they build houses. And so if you could confirm the requirements, I would greatly appreciate that, because this is too important. And we need to make sure that we are operating in above board. Like real estate agents, they should have license. Builders, they should have license. Construction workers, they should have license. So can you, I'm just asking that you confirm that these people are who, and I'm not saying they're not. I just say that, you know, we need to make sure people are certified. Thank you.
Yes, we can do that.
The chair recognizes Mayor Pro Tem Pritchett.
I'd like to name my appointment for my district, or to represent our district, Dorothy Crowley.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Williams-Brown.
They've already clarified that it's an or and not a and. So my question's been answered.
The chair recognizes Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you, Mayor. Assistant City Manager, I have a couple of questions. Number one, is this a temporary board that's going to sunset at some point in time? And if yes, how long do you expect it to last?
Yes, it is. It will last to the duration of the study.
Okay, and after that, it will sunset, correct?
Correct.
Okay, part of what is in the memo that I received was to look at the Development Authority as well, right, for appointees. Now, I have no problems if I need to go back to the drawing board, but that's partly why I made the decision that I made, because it's a short-term board, and I look to the Development Authority. So, is it not okay to use the person from the Development Authority?
It is absolutely okay. That was only a suggestion in case you could not find someone within the industry. And so we thought that was just a low-hanging fruit if we needed an appointment.
Okay.
So that was just a suggestion from us.
Well, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right.
All right, a few follow-up questions. I'm actually going to start where Councilman Sebastian left off. I had a conversation, I may be mistaken, but if either you or Director McClendon can disabuse me of any misinformation I may have. Though this board is temporary, once the impact fees are in place, because this board is helping to craft what those fees will be. But once that's in place, there will be a permanent board. Is that correct? Who will hear cases regarding impact fees, sort of like the Planning Commission?
That's not my understanding.
Okay.
Thank you. There will be a permanent board. They won't hear cases like the Planning Committee or the Zoning Board of Appeals. The permanent board will be there to periodically deal with matters that come up with the impact fees, whether or not we want to adjust the fees or change the fees, or perhaps if a developer wants to challenge a fee that has been assessed. But once the impact fees are set, then they'll be formulaic, and so it won't be that the board that is constituted will be constantly deciding on what fees will be charged. That's going to be based on whatever the formula is that council adopts.
Okay. Well, thank you for getting me clear on that. So one of the things that I would ask, and this may be an example of something that we need a little more time to think through, is what is the expected frequency of meetings for the temporary board, and what is the expected frequency for the permanent board? It may be that some of the temporary members want to roll over onto the permanent board if they're not meeting that frequently. If they're going to be meeting very frequently over the next 9 to 12 months, that may change some of the considerations that we're making for appointees. And then last, I would say to all of council, while one of the first people to talk about impact fees that I recall was Councilwoman Emeritus Naima Gilliard. So, Councilwoman Gilliard, I hope we're making progress. I know that you still email some of us about this. But she also had a concern about the environment. So beyond builders and real estate developers, I do think that we should be thinking about environmentalists that we are appointing to these boards, because all of these developments have environmental impacts. So if there are any engineers, anybody that works with watershed, or anybody that works in the natural sciences that can help us really consider that, I think that that's also helpful. Councilman Sebastian is back in the queue for a second time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was not aware that there was going to be a permanent board. And I honestly think that people who served on this initial board should be available to serve on the permanent board if they want to. I'm not sure if I would want my appointee, current appointee, to serve on the permanent board. And I really believe in continuity in terms of knowledge. So I probably will be reconsidering my appointee. So when is the first meeting of this group? Actually, I have two people, but unfortunately, there's two persons already served on other boards. They're very capable, but they're already serving on other boards. So when is the first meeting expected to be of this temporary board?
It has not been established yet.
Mm-hmm.
So once we go through the process of bringing in our consultants, they'll guide us through the process, and we will set that date.
I think based on what I'm hearing, as I said, I don't know for me, but I want a motion that we table this until the next meeting. Excuse me, I have the mic, as you would say. I have the floor. Okay. So I am trying to echo my best Helen Willis right now. So I want to make a substitute motion that we table this, because I think, given the information, thank you, Mr. Mayor, for bringing out that issue of the permanent board. At least for me, I want to think about this in probably two parts, with the idea of maybe people who start on the temporary board will continue on. If my colleagues don't agree with me, well, so be it, but that's just my opinion. So I have a motion on the floor. Don't hear a second.
Is there, I'm sorry, just parliamentary inquiry, Madam City Attorney. We do need a second for a substitute motion and 5 votes. Is there a second? Seeing and hearing none, that fails. We're back to the original motion. Did you have, either of you have something else to add? All right, let's take this vote.
So, Mr. Mayor, can I still want to withdraw my appointee though, because I need to have a discussion further on as to what will happen. So do I need to make a motion, Madam City Manager, to withdraw my appointee? Okay, so I motion to withdraw my appointee, Mr. Reese, and I'll bring either him or someone else back next meeting.
And that'll be fine. And we still have enough appointees right now to continue on, and you can always add your appointees.
Well, again, that's the question I asked. If you recall, when is the next meeting or the first meeting of this group? Because I have no problems leaving that appointee in place and switching out later if need be. But I think if the meeting is going to happen shortly, then I want to make sure District 4 has an appointee at the meeting.
I believe you have plenty of time. It's not happening in the next few weeks or so. So you have plenty of time to reconsider your appointee and appoint someone new, or keep that person and decide later to change to the permanent.
You know what? I'll leave it. Thank you.
Yes.
I withdraw that. I withdraw the motion. I'll leave it. Yeah.
Let's take this vote by show of hands before we do any more. All right.
Court, and motion approved unanimously 7-0.
All right,
He's hungry. He's
please sound the next item.
He's hungry.
Next item is item C2, second read and request council approval of an ordinance supporting the establishment of CORE, Community Opportunity Resilience and Empowerment Alliance Advisory Board, and bylaws, sponsored by Council Members Gomes and Sebastian.
The chair will entertain a motion.
Make a motion to approve as sounded.
All right, it's properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, I will just say, Mr. Clerk, please get us that list of all these boards. The chair will entertain a motion. Let's take this vote in the queue.
Press the button. Oops.
Said yes? Yes. That motion is approved, 5-2.
Please sound the next item.
That brings us to item C3, request council approval of a resolution approving the acquisition of real property located at 6010 Old National Highway in the amount of $910,000.
The chair will entertain a motion.
I move to approve the acquisition of real property at 6010 Old National Highway in the amount of $910,000, as well as approve to renew enrollment in the GMA Property and Liability Self-Insurance Program. The total price is $3,193,039 for general liability, property, auto, and cyber policies for the period of May 1st, 2025 to May 1st, 2026, as well as a resolution to adopt the South Fulton housing assessment.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Give me 1 second. All right, let's take this vote in the queue.
She sent it to us. Oh.
All right, let's take this vote by show of hands.
The motion was approved unanimously, 7-0.
All right, please sound the next item.
Oh, the last action item was sounded during the adoption of the agenda. It's a request approval of a resolution to amend the future development map of the City of South Fulton Comprehensive Development Plan, known as our South Fulton, the 2021 Comprehensive Plan, so as to redesignate property located at 555 Spence Road, 0 Old Senoia Road, 0 Irwin Road, and 0 Fayetteville Road, consisting of 191 acres from the suburban neighborhood character area designation to the industrial zone character area designation. Staff recommendation is approval. Planning Commission recommendation is approval.
The chair will entertain a motion.
I don't have a microphone. Oh, it's the first reading?
No, yeah, this is a resolution. I changed it during the adoption of the agenda. Yeah, yes, correct.
I move to approve as sounded.
The chair recognizes Councilman Sebastian.
Just for a little bit of a context for me, is this on the border of the city of Fairburn? Mr. Director McClendon, I guess? I know it's in this. Is it on the border of the city of Fairburn?
Yes, this one is on the border
Right
of the
off
city.
Highway 85, Interstate 85?
If I remember correctly, Councilmember Pritchett probably has a better understanding of the exact location than I do, but it is right on the border of Fairburn, I believe on the backside of 85.
Okay. But it's not along Oakley Industrial, is it? It is along Oakley Industrial. Okay. Okay. And across the street from this, is it residential or the industrial? Because that area is kind of chopped up like South Fulton Park.
Yeah, across not sure exactly what you mean by across the street, but I do believe there is some residential in the area. It's a fairly large site, so it touches a lot of different things. So I believe there is one area where it does abut some residential, if I remember correctly.
Okay, thanks.
All right, let's take this vote by show of hands.
Record that motion approved unanimously.
Okay, and then just one point of information, Mr. Clerk. That was
I'm sorry?
That was the.
Yeah, can you put your hands up again so I can record it properly? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You gonna call for opposition?
Those opposed?
This is CD 25-002. Correct.
This was originally listed as item number 3 under first reads, but it is a resolution, so it is not a first read.
Correct.
All right, Mr. Clerk, we do have an additional item. I don't know that we heard this resolution for the ARC.
Yeah, she
Okay.
yeah, she read it into the record.
All right, do you want to just read these first read ordinances?
First read ordinance, zoning ordinance KZ 24-029 and CV 24-011, an application by CHIP Atlanta Buffington LLC, care of Morris Manning and Martin LLP, requesting rezoning from O&I to M1 to develop 80,000 square feet of light industrial space at 3600 Buffington Center Place. The applicant also requests a concurrent variance from section 405.01 to reduce the buffer from 100 feet to 50 feet. This is located in Council District 5. Staff recommendation approval, Planning Commission recommendation denial. The second first read is zoning ordinance KZ 25005, an application by Sela Prop Inc., requesting a rezoning from C1 and R5A to MIX at 7185 Old National Highway to develop townhomes and a commercial building on 11.66 acres located in Council District 7. Staff and Planning Commission recommends denial.
All right, thank you. And with that, I will entertain a motion to go into executive session or adjourn.
I move to go into executive session for personnel, real estate, litigation, and cybersecurity.
Second.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Let's take this vote by show of hands.
If you make me sick, I'm gonna give you all my germs right on paper. If you make me sick, I'm gonna get my germs.
Yeah.
We are recessed at 9:23.
If you say adjourn, you know how I'm going.
What time is that breakfast in the morning?
8:30.
8:30 in the morning?
In Buckhead, so
In Buckhead.
you're leaving at 6:30. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for staying up with us at the Late Late Show here at 5440 Fulton Industrial Boulevard, 30336. I will entertain a motion to reconvene from executive session.
I motion to reconvene from executive session.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Let's take this vote by show of hands.
Court, that motion approved, 4-0.
All right, Madam City Attorney, is there any items for which, in executive session for which you might need to take a public vote?
No.
All right, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
I have discussion.
I need a motion to adjourn first.
Motion to adjourn, please.
Point of order.
Okay, it's been properly moved and seconded. Councilwoman Willis.
Attorney, there was a motion, there was a second, and I asked for discussion, and, is it proper for me not to be allowed to have discussion? According to our rules, we are allowed to have discussion.
We're in discussion now, and I just acknowledged you, Councilman Willis. You have the floor.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you say I had discussion.
I know. Go ahead.
I apologize. I just want to ask the city attorney, would it be appropriate at this time to put some items on the record of concern? Even though we don't have a vote, would it be appropriate to put some items that I have concern on the record at this time?
What's required is when leaving executive session, if there's action that the council took or a vote that the council took, that has to be placed on the record. As far as anything else, no, that's not required.
Thank you.
Oh, well, no, we already have it. It's been moved and seconded. Let's take this vote by show of hands.
Court, that motion approved 4-0. We are adjourned at 11:22 p.m.
Good night, everyone. South Fulton, forever.